Welcome everyone to our live stream of the Banco Casino Masters here in slightly rainy Bratislava. Just getting set for our feature table. We're down to the last 16 and we will have 8 on each table. There's an outer table as well. And then we will go to a final table of 8 in probably about 2.5 hours time. So the players getting ready, finding their position. New draw from yesterday, of course. We'll see who we've got on the table in a minute. But we have 16 players left. And the first prize of this tournament is nearly 40,000, 39,820. And our first player out will receive €2,120, which is not bad from a buy-in of €170.
Please come to the Ashoka room. We are ready to start. Please, players from the final
That's our
of
final
Banco Casino Masters, come to the Ashoka room. We are ready to start.
final call from our tournament director Suze to get everyone sat down before we get going. So we're here on YouTube and being streamed through the Banco Casino website. We've got lots of tournaments coming up in the next few months. We go straight from this tournament onto the Slovak Series of Poker, which is a 500,000 guaranteed total event with a main event of 300,000 guarantee for 250. There's some fantastic warm-up events with €100 buy-in for a 50,000 guaranteed. There's 20,000 guaranteed. All sorts of tournaments over the 2 weeks with the final 300,000 guaranteed in 2 weeks' time. And that's a really good 2 weeks, builds up nicely. And then towards the end of the year, in beginning of November, we've got the Polish Poker Championships back here again. Fantastic event, brings in people from all around Europe. And that is a festival over 500,000 guaranteed and a main event of 300,000 for only €125 buy-in. Fantastic value. And then my favourite tournament festival of the year, the festival, back here in the end of November. I've got my flights booked, I've got my accommodation and won a package on Party Poker. Depending on where you are, you've got Party Poker, Cool Bet, all sorts of iPoker ways of getting a main event seat and a nice hotel either here at the Crown Plaza or just up the road at the Marriott Hotel, both very nice. 6 nights hotel and main event package, and sometimes even more packages on top. So lots to play for the rest of the year. But here we are at the ever popular Casino Masters. This is our player position on this particular table. So we can see we go from a short stack in seat 5 with only 675,000. So that is Yanis from Greece, through to our chip leader on this table, which is Ariane Mohammed from Denmark. He's our chip leader on this table. However, there are 2 players above him with 7 million and 9 million on the outer table. So Ariane been fortunate not to be drawn against bigger chip stack. Sorry, Daniel is on this table. So Hungarian Daniel Lukács has 7 million. He is our chip leader on this table. So we already have a player at risk, Yanis, with 6 big blinds. There we see again the blinds, 50-100. So he only has 6, just over, nearly 7 big blinds. But of course the ante has to go in as well, which makes it very difficult when the blind comes around. So he will be the player at risk to start with when we get going in a couple of minutes' time.
You stream already? Ja, die stream halt auch.
Now here we see our chip count in order with Hungarian Daniel Lukash with 70 big blinds, 7 million. We have an Israeli, a Danish. What a wonderful mix here of Europeans on this table. A Slovak, David Klein, with nice middle, 20 big blinds. And here's our payouts. Top of the 40,000 euros for the top, down to 4,000 for the 8th place finisher, which will be our final table. So a very nice amount. If you make that final table from 170 euros, great return, and may well be a deal with the top 2 or top 3, depending on who they are and whether they like to make deals or not. I'm still one player short here. There's 7 seated. Final instructions by our tournament director, Suze. She's in her power suit today, so she doesn't ask anyone anything. She just tells them. No one messes with tournament director Suze. Just explaining to everyone what's happening. So it's random here, a random feature table of 8 players with the other 8 on the outer table.
You will be squeezed a little, and one will be sitting here, right? Don't worry. You all have tickets for next series, which is one series of poker. You can take these papers to see what's going on. Not working? Button will start on 6 euro. Both tables.
A videót azt közvetítik végig ezen az asztalon, de csak 8 főtől lesz az, hogy beolvassák a kártyát is, és az is látható lesz. Az utolsó 8. Ez beolvassa, ez az érzék.
Ja, ezt nem értettem. Hogy ide kell tenni, vagy ide kell tenni.
Igen, de az csak az embertől, addig csak sima videó.
Azt értettem, csak a beolvasás nem volt tiszta. Kösz.
Okay, guys, so you all have your original box. Please use it every time when it's your turn for at least 3 seconds. Okay, so it's my turn, I put the cards there, and then I don't have to put it back. Okay? Unless dealer asks you to do, because sometimes we have problems with graphic and stuff like that. So we ask you if we have a problem with the box. So 3 seconds on your turn, and then do whatever.
Alright, thank you.
Alright? I'm gonna take away your phones now. I'm gonna put it here. It's gonna be washed all the time. But you can't. No, I'm sorry, but the table is magnetic.
No, understand. That's why I asked.
Here, I'm gonna put all the phones. Even
Thank you very much.
Smartwatch, I'm gonna take them away.
I don't have any smartwatch. No, this is not smart.
No?
No,
Okay.
it's a normal watch.
Headphones no, eh?
No. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
No music allowed on the stream. I mean headphones or something like that. And please, guys, did you turn off your ringtone? Please do.
Yes, I have mine.
We will have dinner break after 2 hours, if it's okay with you. And it's not going to be 1 hour or something, it's going to be only 30 minutes dinner break. Okay?
Thank you very much.
What do we have for dinner? Steaks? Or?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
I would take the
I would like steak.
I would take the salmon, please.
Me too, me too. Well, actually, yeah, that's the background.
All right.
Alright, guys, so once these guys are over with their phones, we can start. Any questions? Lovely.
It's with the whole cards already?
Yes. There's my, you're gonna switch every break, so it's very good. Alright, we are all ready? So guys, once again, I wish you the best of luck. Like 50,000, 100,000, 100,000 big line and your dealers start.
Too small for 9. Too small for 9.
Well, here we go, guys. The first hand of our final day here at the Banco Masters blinds, a 5100 with a 100 ante. Raise with the King 7 suited. Our short stack has 8-6 unsuited. It's a tough call with that hand. Not going to be beating a lot. So he has to let it go, even though he was in the blinds. So our short stack is now even shorter. He's just lost the big blind and the ante, a third of his stack, and he's now on fumes. Our short stack here with a suited ace, very playable. May have to move with this on. He's only got big blind behind him. Will big blind wake up with a hand? So that's Yanis all in. King 3 calls. Our short stack is the player at risk though. So Daniel Lukash was second in chips on this table. Needs to hit a king or a 3 or running clubs. Needs running clubs now against the ace 2. And a nice little double up from our short stack there. Well done, Yanis. He gets to play another round. Possibly.
Nice hand, sir. Nice hand.
One of our Israeli players, about 50 of them came over for this tournament. They love coming here. They get great value to come to Bratislava in a large group. Daniel Lukash, Hungarian. In fact, our top 2 players on this final day, Peter on the other table and Daniel here, both Hungarian. Pretty good records, Hungarians here at Bratislava. Short stack with an ace. He's got 10 big blinds. He's pushing on the button. Wow, very hard to fold King Queen suited, but he does. Immediate fold by Daniel. I think on the assumption that our short stack will have an ace. And we do see a call with a Queen 9 suited. Ariane has called with Queen 9 suited. Hasn't hit so far. Are we going to see another double up for our short stack? Or will a Queen or 9 hit Just 6 outs now, 15%. There's the 9. And we lose our 16th place finisher. Fought well, doubled up twice, and just couldn't keep that going. He was ahead when the chips went in. That's all you can ask for sometimes in poker. And Mr. Mohammed, who started in third place with 5 million, has increased his stack by another 1 million. And we lose our first player of the final day.
Yeah? Big blind. Raise 250.
Lovely ace king here for Walter, one of our Austrian players. This time the king queen offsuit calling. Mr. Nagy. Laszlo, another Hungarian player. So 3 Hungarians on the table. No, 2 on the table and 1 on the outer table. All in the top 10 chip counts at the moment. Mr. Tenenbaum. Ishak, 4th in chips on this table at the moment, is thinking about calling with a 10-6 suited. I like the thoughts. He knows he's going to be live. He's connected a bit and suited. Yeah, I think it's an aggressive play, but it's an interesting play. And because the raise was so small, 2.5x, then it's valid. And he's hit it pretty well. 2 diamonds and a backdoor straight. He's going to like this. Mr. Maoz Tenenbaum. I met a few Israelis when playing a couple of tournaments in the last 2 days, and there's a lovely bunch. And our thoughts go to Israel post the Palestinian attack on Saturday. It's reported that now 700 people have died, some of which are friends and family of our players here. So apart from the poker, there's difficult things going on in the world. But back to the poker. He's now hit his 6 as well. He's in good shape if he puts our original raiser Walter on 2 big cards. This is a very good board for the 10-6 suited. He checked it through, and I think he'll feel confident of winning this with the pair of 6s, unless Walter starts making it difficult for him to decide. But whether he does a blocker bet here, small bet, just to see where he's at, or a value bet because he believes he's ahead. I love this, yep. Very nice value bet, 350, 25% of the pot. Very hard for Walter to call with his ace-king. When you see these kind of boards, you just hate ace-king. And he's gonna call. Is he looking at raising? I think that's a very loose call. Very loose call there. I don't know what Walter was expecting to see. A worse ace. The only hand he's beating, really. I mean, there's so many combinations there of pairs and straights, and so very nice result there from that original call with his 10-6 suited. I do like that call. Here we're seeing coming up on our stream some of the fantastic offers here If you get the high hand jackpot, they just give you €1,000, just like that. A royal flush. Yeah, have €500. Straight flush 300, and any poker gets 100. I was playing on a Omaha cash table the other day, and someone hit quad tens, but because it's Omaha, he only got €50. But there you go, it's a bonus €50, free money. Pair of jacks now for Daniel Lukash. Sorry, not Daniel Lukash. Dominic Matesa, Austrian player. In two, one of our shorter stacks started the day in 14th. He's going to want to maximise value from this hand. Just working out how to play it. Decided to push. May not get the best value out of this hand because it takes quite a big hand to call. The problem with that is that could be a bigger hand than his. Sort of ace queen. So you're only picking up the blinds by pushing with jacks at this point. Will ace three suited be tempted? It's a third of his stack though. Just won a million and may be giving it all back if it's not a great call, ace three suited. Chances are you're against an overpair or a pair and or overcards to the three. You're going to be pushing with ace queen, ace king, ace jack suited, possibly ace 10 suited if you're the shorter stack, which he is. So don't favour the call here. I liked his call with a 10-6 suited, but it was a very different position. Does not need to call and hasn't really got a hand to go ballistic with. Jacks take down the pot. Daniel Lukash, one of our trip leaders on the table, very pretty 10-9 suited. Ariane folds his ace 7. How will Miles play his ace 3? Yep, sensible fold. Round to the button, Walter Schwarzinger from Austria. Very strong name. Schwarzinger. Black singer? Black Singer? Schwarz is black. Zinger? That's a KFC burger. And the raise takes it down. Here we have a push by Walter with the A6 against 9-4. He's going to get this through, but look, small blind 6-5. But will the pair of fives call? It's getting a count. We could see Walter's pushed with A6 and a call there by David Klein from Slovakia, one of our two remaining local players, two Slovaks in the last 16. So Volta needs to hit an ace or a 6 to stay in. Oh, we'll see a nice double up for Mr. Klein. Holding at the moment. Fives holding. Ace or 6, 25%. That's not going to help. Hearts no good. And we lose our 15th player. So we're now down to 6 on this feature table. I'm sure the team will bring someone across. Walter from Austria got it in with a mid-ace, which is often the case, and small pair. Still a brave call. It was half his stack. It wasn't a simple call. And he will get the minimum 2,120 euros.
Which one is the... No, he's coming in 12 shape.
David Klein just calling with the king 3. Neither players here. We've got a gut shot for Daniel Lukash, who has a much bigger stack at the moment. Hungarian player against Slovak. It's a reasonable bet with that board. He has a gut shot. He has 2 overcards. And David showed some weakness. And we have a new player joining. We'll find out about him in a minute. And good bet there, takes down a small pot.
Christian? Jakob, vilka som är så?
Ja, je nedá sa nás. Sa mi zdalo, že nejak si došiel si niekoho zobral.
No teraz, to som bol na Big Blind a poslal mi SS. A to našli taký. A mal 750. Zahodiť sme to nemôžem. No zabal, keď prvý otočil 6.
No smartphone, nothing? Headphone?
Ani tam mali vypadávať. To už dva vypadali. To som tam. Jedna race, 225, 225.
Very pretty ace queen. First hand, that our new player, Pavel, the other Slovakian player who was on 2.3 million. He's increased on the other table. He's brought with him nearly 3 million. First raise, getting the respect of the table. New player, first hand. Always a good move, even if you haven't got ace queen. There we can see on our screens the festival coming up at the end of November. Over 50 different events in a week. A 500,000 guaranteed main event. Absolutely unbelievable for 550 buy-in. That will hit some big numbers. A lot of people will be here in Bratislava qualifying through the 15 different partners. So if you go on to thefestival.com, you will see all the partners like PAF and Coolbet, Party Poker, Betfred, all sorts of partners. Here we got a nice King 10, second raise in a row for Pavel. Might get looked up here, not by Mr. Mateza, and I think not by David Klein, but Daniel here, Lukash, pair of queens.
525.
I think he's done a min re-raise. Yep, a little click back, 525. Very nice bet. Just asking a big question to the original raiser. And because we know he's got King 10 suited, we know this is a really tough spot. Getting the stare down by his neighbour, Dominic Mateza from Austria, giving him the stare, trying to get a read to learn about this player from another hand. I think Pavel may well have to fold. Great fold, yep, good fold, and a lovely little raise there from Daniel. Just shows you don't need to put lots of chips in to show strength. Very nice raise and takes it down. David Klein thinking about a bet with the ace-3, decides against it. Daniel folds. Ariane, who was third from Denmark, who was third in chips when we started this table. Third in chips overall, but chip leader second in chips on this table. It's a raise with the king 7. Miles likes the look of his king queen offsuit. Will he flat call or raise? It's in the small blind, got chips in already.
575,000.
Making a nice strong raise. I like his vocals there. Nice strong comment. Raise. Then the amount. Just a bit more powerful than just putting chips in. And king 7 really can't carry on. Oh my god. Look at this play. This is how you get champions. Ariane coming back with a 4-bet and giving him a stare down. Will Moaz believe him? We know that if he pushes all in, that Ariane will have to fold. This is a lovely hand. Moaz made a strong raise. And now he's being re-raised. He's going to have to reconsider his king-queen. Great play, Ariane. Fantastic 4-bet there. And takes down about $1 million pot there. And when Moaz sees that back, he's going to have to respect that play. Nothing lucky about that, just very good poker. Raise with the queen 10, just over the 2 big blinds. Moaz calling with 8-7 suited. Pavel coming in with a jack 10. This is an interesting hand for queen 6 suited. Interesting spot to make a push with. But he wants to see a flop as well, which is a reasonable choice when he's the shorter stack. This could go anywhere. Not one player has hit any of it. Though this hand, I'll probably go to whoever plays it the best. There's 1 million in the pot already. And chip leader comes up with the first bet. Like this. Daniel Lukash from Hungary. Betting into this. Very hard for any of these players to call or raise with their hands. So that shows you how much aggression has such a significant role in poker. First to act there, even if he's representing the 9 or another pair between the 2 and the 9, no one else could call. Nice poker. Ariane back into raising mode with medium strength hands. King 7 before, now Queen 10. Dominic could be in trouble with a Queen 9 if he makes a move, but just not strong enough in his book. Oh, now we have the big blind. Another Hungarian, Mr. Nagy. Laszlo, very Hungarian name, Laszlo. Met him earlier, seems a very nice man. King 7 suited. No players hit. I think Ariam's aggression will end up winning this pot. He's in position as well. Yeah, just nice easy bet. Takes the pot. Certainly played the best poker so far on this table, and amassing a chip lead, I would think, by now. He was second when we started to his neighbour Daniel Lukash, but probably fairly even now. 7 players on this feature table with 7 left on the outside table. We've lost 2 from our original 16. We will play down to a table of 9, but we won't be able to see all the cards for a short period until we're back to 8. Slightly strange. One of those rules in poker where we have to have a final table of 9, but such is life. More fun for me. I get to guess their hands. Keeps me awake. Oh, nice ace queen here for Miles. Ace queen suited as well. He's got 3.5 million. He's got 35 big blinds. Makes the small bull raise 2.2 times the big blind. Pair of 2s folds. Mr. Nagy may like his queen jack here. I hope he doesn't make a big move for his sake. Just calling on the small blind. Big blind, David Klein. One of our Slovaks, 8-4 suited, similar to Mauer's 10-6 suited, similar kind of decision. What he didn't know was his flush was dominated. So Queen Jack in a very difficult position here, as he represents this board. He's going for it. 350. Mars going to continue with the ace queen. Not only does he continue, he makes a strong raise, making it impossible for Laszlo to carry on in the hand. Very nice play. He's also shown some very good poker instincts, very good raises, timed raises, etc.
Sometimes, the community that I started with, they're in different cities, quite far.
David Klein now in the small blind, raising with the ace-8 and getting called, loose-ish call with the jack-8, I'd say. But he has the chips, he can get to see flops. Ace has hit. I'm sure David will follow through with a C-bet Probably about 250.
4 bet 275.
I'm rather
275.
rather the same direction.
275, so slightly over, and just nice easy fold there with the jack eights hit nothing, going nowhere, will not be beating anything to an original razor.
So I'm here for me, it's like a socializing in a different setting, not in training. I want to like have it done in 40 minutes and then I'm out of the off to office or whatever.
You guys came together with your friend?
He's my manager.
Now has an early position with the 6-5 offsuit, can only go in the bin, I'm afraid.
Big talk in the car. Try to avoid it. He's always
Some
watching
ad company or what is it?
him. Yeah, we're friends like for years, but like we try to support each other every time we play.
Down to the blinds,
My manager and we turn the
small raise with a jack 9 offsuit
Oh, it's a poker man.
by
Okay.
Daniel. Little smile from Ariane, who's got a pretty poor hand and just gives it up, which I think is the right way. And he was dominated as well, not that he knew it, but this shows worth a little raise on the small blind. Find out where you are with the big blind. Only problem is if you get called, you don't know where you are. But Jack 9, a perfectly reasonable hand to be raising with only one player behind.
I tend not to say it to anyone. Like it's the picture you draw by saying that you play cards in the night in the casino. It's like
Depends. Like
it depends.
somebody can see you in a picture
course,
and then
yeah.
it's more suspicious. You know.
Like, depends on who you tell the story to. Like family always take the assumption that you're playing in the cellar.
The first premium hand
Yeah, of course.
that David's had, Ace King offsuit. Ariane folds the 10-7. Will Boaz call with 4-2 offsuit? Does anyone have a look? 2.5 raise of David's.
The whites are 2 million. This is just only ISO 2 million.
It's 2 or 2? Because it's 20.
Yeah, just I'm asking. Yeah, almost 1.9. Okay.
Always good things check the stack of your opposition, weigh up whether it's worth making calls, etc. A risky hand, 4-2. The advantage is you know where you are when a flop comes. The disadvantage is it's 4-2. However, any two cards against Ace King can hit. And that's a gut shot, but Ace King has smacked the flop in the head. I think Moas will be... Are you going to look at betting this against a king? You can't raise either with a gut shot 4-2. So the problem is this kind of hand get into tricky spots. Don't mind a 4-6 suited, 5-7 suited, 5-6 suited. Goes a lot further than a 4-2 offsuit. I mean, arguably he's hit this flop, but he's still a long way behind.
I don't have one really, to be honest.
I'm sure we will see a bet of around 275, maybe 325. Half the stack, half the pot, 325. Ismail's going to continue for his gut shot draw. Sensible decision, really. Chasing gut shots can lose an awful lot of chips. You're getting 4-1 to call, but he's a lot worse than 4-1 to hit the one of 4 5s that he needed. Problem there is with the overcard, the king, his 4 and 2 may no longer be live, and in fact they won't. So here's the banner for the Slovak series, a 300k guaranteed, coming up in the next 2 weeks. These massive guarantees here in Banco Casino come up every 2 weeks or so, usually 2 a month. Fantastic festivals come here as well. The staff are excellent. We've got a lovely big raise with the Queen 10 suited. So Laszlo is making a stand now. He's fed up with folding, I think.
Trojka bol raise 500 a 4, 6, 7 pas.
Nice big raise. And so far everyone folding. Even Pavel with an ace is folding. So good play there. I think his opposition players will be putting him on a much stronger hand than Queen 10 suited, which shows good poker instincts to make a really strong raise with it. Everyone will think, oh, he's got ace king, he's old school, that's why he's raising so much. So even the old guys, like me, can have some tricks up their sleeves. I like that. Well done, Hungarian Lukasz. Sorry, Laszlo. I like both names. Laszlo Nagy.
3 pas. 4 raise 225. 225. 6 pas. 7 pas. 8 pas. 1 pas.
Raise with the sixes by David. Only position raise, but he gets through. No one has anything to call him with. He's building up a nice stack now. Started off in 11th out of 16 at 2 million. Looks like he's got a few more now.
It's just us, man. It's like an aquarium. Jesus, guys, dude. Damn.
Really? You want to show off?
Ganz.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ganz hot.
Looks like you're in menopause, bro.
4 raise 225.
David now getting some hands and working his chips. Ace 10 suited under the gun. But Ariane, no nonsense. 3-bet with jacks. Going to put David in a difficult position when it comes back round. I don't think anyone else is going to call anything. How is David going to play this? Arguably all 3 options are available. He's out of position, but he has a suited ace, and so the call, I think I favour the call rather than the re-raise because as we know, Ariane will shove on him. Gets to see a flop. Overcard to the jacks. Because he just called, it's unlikely to have ace king here. I'm sure Ariane knows that. Well, could have king queen, but I think Ariane reading this correctly at the moment. Smallish bet of 350, about a quarter of the pot. As Tough spot for ace 10 suited. It's a good hand pre-flop, and then you see this board, and you've just got absolutely nothing to do with it. May have to give it up, and I think he would have recognised that Ariane is an aggressive player, which is double the reason for giving it up. He's showing the jacks, showing he was winning. Cheeky raise by Pavel, being punished here by ace queen, and takes down a nice pot. He's timed his plays well. He's made very strong bets when he feels it's the right time. So no one's going to be pushing Laszlo around. Picks up a nice pot of over 500,000 there and increases his stack.
Yeah, haven't been many to be honest. Like this returned several bits.
This time, Moaz has the jacks. They've been moving around the table. Small bet, but Pavel has the kings. This could be trouble for Moaz. In seat 8, we could lose our next finisher. Pavel's just working out how much to raise. It'll be at least 556. In fact, Moaz covers him, so he won't lose him, but he could get severely crippled by this. I think we will see a 4-bet, and we'll probably see an all-in 4-bet with the jacks. He's got double the chips. He can afford it, and it puts the biggest pressure on the kings. Yeah, all-in announced, exactly as I thought. And of course, Pavel will call, and Moaz will see the bad news. It's pretty unlucky when you've got a hand like jacks and 7 players on the table, and someone actually has a bigger hand. And here we go. So we could see a very nice double up for Pavel, one of our 2 Slovak players, Pavel Zikavsky, and that's just about 100% done it. Need runner, jack, jack. So jack, jack wouldn't help either. Yeah, okay. Nice double up, and Moaz has been severely injured.
Okay. So it was 40.
Wow.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Because I counted.
Oh, amazing. But you were not
Jaka dobra.
Wow. You have like eagle eyes.
That's why she does this job.
She has to with 5,000.
Iná darmo robí to, čo robí, ne?
Ja by som tu mohol byť pol roka bez zväčšenia.
5000, že? Nepodstatnú vec.
So how many pull-ups is the record?
It's so difficult to say. There's different competitions and different rules for each. You know, but last year where I was, what's going on here? It was maybe up to 30, but they were 30. Yeah, 30, up to 30, like something like 28, 29. But they were.
Niečo potrebujem aj ja.
No, ty kokos, to ma potešilo. Som skladal, že to povie.
Ja už som ho mal dvakrát na lopatky a nepretočil.
Na Lolien som sa tiketil.
Vtedy, keď som ma pýtal, že koľko mám, si hovoril, že nemusím odpovedať.
Sorry, but like, no worries. But they already competed before in some weighted tours, so they were tired, you know. I think if they're fresh, they do much more. My goal is to do 40, 30. That's my best. I can do my best. My goal is
Daniel keeping the pressure on with the queens, but it's not a great board. The pairing helps. Will Ariane call with his 2, 4? I mean, he will not. Too many spades, too many overcards. Good play by both players.
It's a fun process for me. Really enjoy it. Used to do masters also, but I injured my wrist very badly, so I'm sticking to the basics.
Doing what?
Muscle ups. Bad technique, doing too many.
How many we can do like in a row?
I could do maybe, I don't know, like 6.
I can do 5.
I'm telling you, bad technique wasn't 100% and the wrist just suffered. 90 kilograms.
I mean, I look like a dog to him, but I can do it too.
Pavel now with a pair of 9s, fresh from his kings 2 hands ago. Min raised to 200. Ace 9 folded. One of the shorter stacks. Mawaz, who lost a big pot earlier to Pavel with jacks against kings, decides to call 100. Needs to hit a jack and doesn't. I don't think he'll get in too much trouble. Can't see him calling this particular board. He's losing to nearly every holding. Very small bet though. 150k. Nice enticing bet, but not enticed. Well done, Pavel.
Yeah, man, it's like, I don't know, I'm going through this phase in my life, like, I really changed my mindset. I was always, I think I was a loser, lazy, all this kind of stuff when I was there. And I do lots of stuff that I don't like, to be honest, and Yeah, yeah, me too. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's a rainy day outside, Sunday, 6
Yeah.
o'clock, and I go around. I don't know many people do that, and it gives you this kind of feeling like
True, true. That you've done something, you
Yeah,
achieved
yeah,
something. Yeah, exactly. It's the thing with running is nobody likes running.
Well, it's one of our shorter sacks at the table.
Like the feeling afterwards.
Austrian Dominic Mateza have been very, very solid. He's folded playable hands like ace nine, king queen. Very patient, just waiting. A good tactic if you're looking to ladder a tournament, let others knock each other out and just wait for premium hands. And we have 7 left, 14 left in the final day of the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava.
because my brother he does like the ultra marathons, and he gave me this training for I want to train for marathon one day. Not now. I did half marathon, but I almost died without the training.
Yeah.
And I pushed myself, but I didn't feel great afterwards. I really felt like okay, this is it. And
I mean, I ran half marathon once, like during the competition, but like sometimes I run the distance of 21 kilometers, but like not in a competition.
maybe we're gonna have to play hands together now.
Probably.
Maybe. Okay. How much you play? I can see your chips, but I want to stretch you out with the.
You can stress me out.
Pavel calling with the king 7. Now this is a hand you need to be pushing with ace 10 when you've only got a weak call on the small blind. You've not made one play all afternoon. There it goes. That's the way of playing it. Does not want to almost see a board with that hand, and king 7 will fold. It's a million, no real value in calling. Dominic started at 1.4 million and he's now almost back there.
How friendly it is.
I mean, if he watches the stream.
Yeah, not anymore. Now I'm gonna talk to him, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna
Good answer, man.
So what I was gonna ask you, like, if you change your trainings of running, like sometimes I do long run, sometimes I do like 5K, sometimes I do like sprint, slow.
Yeah, you should always vary your training to get your body used to it, and it doesn't give you like the effect you want to have. Like you always kind of like, yeah, you always want to surprise your body. Always do something different, not completely different. Like not run, I don't know, full sprint 1 kilometer is useless. But like
Yeah, I do that not like full, but like quite uncomfortable pace, and then I go 1 kilometer almost the whole.
okay, yeah.
Because my recovery is so bad. I need to recover.
So Ariane is shaping up a raise in the hijack with an ace 7. 250. King 9's one of those hands. Some players like it, others don't. Very playable hand. Plays better than it looks. Dominic just won a small pot, but does he want to risk it with King 10 offsuit? He's in the small blind, so he has some interest already. And we're round to our big blind. Queen 3 wants to have a look. And Queen 3 suited has hit this flop. He's going to bet it strong. I know he won't be playing this cute. He'll just bet it. And now Ariane has to consider the kind of player he's up against, and he is. He knows that he's not going to just be able to raise him off it. He looks quite a bullish player. Hungarian László Nagy, not to be messed about with.
Knees are okay.
These are kind of okay, yeah.
This is the point where your body gets like the first signs of getting old.
If I don't sleep tonight, I feel everything. Yeah. Almost everything. If I do things right, then I should be.
Lines up 61, 21, 20.
Blinds will be going up next hand to 61.20. Sorry, they've gone up this hand. Sneaked past me. Does Pavel like a suited 5-8? He certainly does. I like this raise, varying it up. Don't always need to have the ace, queen, or the kings. However, he is going to see an all-in move with the tens. Only way of playing this, Dominic. Now will he get a call? It's going to be a tough call for Pavel. It's nearly a million more than his raise. David Klein has a decision with the king-queen. Doesn't know he's got 2 overcards, but we do. Interesting spot. King Queen often dominated by an all-in push. Obviously with the ace king, ace queen, tricky spot, but 7-handed, small stack. To put him on ace king or ace queen is quite tough. And I think we will see a fold and showing the tens, making everyone happy. King queen happy to fold, I think, against tens.
We should balance it a little bit, like give me one at least. So we have 1.3 before the all-in.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
This time Pavel with the king queen making the raise. Very different decision to calling with it. Got the button and 2 blinds to get through. Just a flat call with the ace-10 suited. Didn't even consider a raise there, which I thought was interesting. He is out of position though. I guess he wants to reassess on the flop. Up and down with the flush. Backdoor. Gonna bet this, see where he's at. Pavel. Raised pre-flop. Does he want to represent a hand that's hit this flop? I don't think he does. We'll probably see a fold here. Yep.
Anyway, it's good move. Nothing against you. I know, man. You're not playing games. You're playing table. It's fine. I understand. It's a good move.
No, I don't think so. But I was maybe unhappy with what happened. I can't
If I think you can throw, like, you can make this move. Wow, because I ribbed you, so I must have bluffed and you did it. No, you bet me. I raised to 700 something, you raised 500. Yeah. So 2.5 times. Yeah. So it's not enough. It's not enough, I can fold 2. It's not yes. Anyway, very, very impressive. Thanks.
David now with an ace king on the button. Always a disguised hand when raising. People never put you on a big hand. So you do get some interesting calls. 7-6 offsuit. Ariane has called. And has hit an up and down. If he's putting David on 2 big cards, and he's certainly going to be more interested. And he's hit his straight. And he's slow playing his straight, hoping that David puts some chips in. Cannot be beaten in this pot. David playing it quite carefully as well. And now we'll see a bet of about 250. Value bet has to come in now from Ariane, and in the hope that he gets called. Doesn't need to be a lot. I think that's a bit too high, 450. Don't know what he thinks he's going to get called by. Might be doing that to make it look a little bit like a bluff, but it hasn't worked. I'd have favoured a smaller bet there with the chance of getting called.
Yeah, I go there actually on a weekly basis. Okay. Yeah. But for your job, I have this no job, but I have this second hobby job. Okay. I buy and sell like that.
And we see our new leaderboard, but Daniel Lukash keeping his lead, and Ariane has caught up with him, like we mentioned before. A few shorter stacks there with the blinds being up.
It is. You wouldn't say it about me. Sometimes I laugh about it, but I really like it. It's the nostalgia. I like the 90s. And it's just so nostalgic.
Ariane calling the small blind with a queen 7, and Miles checking with 8-2 offsuit. Both have a flush draw here. 1 7 high, 1 2 high. And he checked his play made bet now because Miles has shown weakness. 760k. Wow, it's a big bet. Interesting bet. Well done.
But I think that's not the right approach. I mean, I can flip much better when I buy somewhere, from someone who doesn't really know the value so much, let's say, or it's have something from childhood and sell them. I'm not saying I'm cheating someone, but if you want to buy for an investment, it's just such a space. You have to have lots of space. Okay, I'm gonna play now, yeah? I can't just give up my blinds to some asshole.
Like me.
Laszlo with the aces, making a nice small raise to 250, just over 2x. He's hoping someone will have a hand. Moaz does have a hand, a7. And he's pushing with it. No, he's calling. Whoa, I thought he was pushing with it. We're getting in a lot of trouble, still could. Pavel with a sorry looking 8-4 offsuit. But he is getting value to call. Sides against it. So, for Moaz's sake, does not want to hit an ace. Or a 7 for that matter. He's hit a 7. This could be trouble. He's only got 1 million chips. There's 740k in the pot already. Is he looking to check raise here? How will Laszlo play this? He's going to put a tiny bet out there. I love this. Really showing weakness and enticing at least the call which he's got.
He had the special sunglasses also. You know the ones
Normal, no,
used for bicycling?
yeah, no. He had like normal glasses, but
So cheap.
Check again by Moaz. This time will obviously be a stronger bet coming.
snap him off a bit. No threat, instant watch back.
250. Now Moaz has his decision. Just calling. This is lovely fishing by Laszlo. Must be fishing in the Hungarian lakes.
Okay, bro, it's perfect.
Again, not really a card to be scared of. Moaz may put him on too high cards and feel his 7 is good. And we could see our 14th place finisher in this hand.
I have
It's not about the concept.
What in?
Like with an Austrian, so he doesn't beat as well.
That was all on the end. He's fished him through. 3.4 million in the pot now.
Yeah, no.
Getting excellent value to call with his 7. May well think he's ahead of most raising hands, except the overpair. Ace-9 possibly, but I don't think he will think that Laszlo plays that. But a great fold, very solid fold there. Quite a surprising fold actually. I thought he might well feel his 7 was good.
My thoughts at least. So it's not about the mania or
Laszlo giving nothing away. Very still, very calm. I like this. Good poker.
I would not go there.
not even trying.
No.
Mauer's really short stack now. He's pushed all in with his 600k with a pair of 4s. I think Pavel may look him up with King Jack on the small blind. Short stack behind him. Actually has a pair of 8s. Wow. This could be interesting. So if he does call, I think we're going to see an all-in push with the 8s. It's a great spot here for Dominic from Austria. Perfect hand and perfect position to be shoving with. You want to take out the other player. Yep. You don't want the King Jack calling. And Pavel now knows he's in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, you're right.
It's a race.
Wow, I don't think he said all in. Just put those chips in. Even more powerful in a way. Still a raise, still a big raise. And he's given value for the King Jack to call. This really could be tough if a King or a Jack hits the board. Pavel doesn't know he wanted to go all in. Big side pot now. On top of Mauer's 2 million. 2 million main pot. 1 million side pot. Pretty good board for the 8s, but I think we're going to see check unless one of them hits proper. There goes the rest of his chips. 410. And Pavel has to fold his King Jack. He only had a gut shot draw. He didn't know his King and Jack were alive. We're going to see the river. The fours in very, very bad shape against the eights.
Good for you if you don't
Ja,
hit.
no,
I think we are about to lose our Israeli friend. Indeed, we are. So, Moaz Tenenbaum, who actually started in 4th position when we started this one, he had 3.4 million chips, is now our 14th place finisher.
Apologies to all seeing
There's our new chip count. So 2 at the top, and then everyone there or thereabouts between 20 and 30 big blinds. Now that Pavel
I know.
has
Yeah, I know, I understand. And I use
lost a few,
I
and
don't have to know how it works, but it was I
for
was
the first time,
because I was talking
Dominic Mateza going towards the top of the leaderboard. He's been at the bottom the whole day so far. Very, very careful, solid play.
how I did it is like
Well done in that hand. This time Pavel picks up the aces on the button. Perfect spot. 275. Hoping that, oh, Laszlo won't want to fold ace-7. What we had before, we had aces against ace-7. Neither player. It's too much to do with the board. Laszlo putting out a feeler bet. We've had a big one, 400k. Over half the pot. And a very big raise. Immediate fold. Aces take it down. A revised chip count puts Pavel even higher now. 3rd position and 30 big blinds. A million chips ahead of David and Laszlo. Hungary at the top and the bottom. Bit of Denmark, 2 Slovaks, astride an Austrian. Sounds like a film I once saw. Here we go, the next hand. Ariane raising with a king-queen offsuit. How will Pavel play his small pair? Could fold, could call, be a strange raise. In effect, you're set mining or hoping for low boards, assuming your opposition has high cards, which we know he does. David with a tricky 6-5 offsuit. Decides to fold. Now we've got a small pair of 3s against king queen offsuit. Ariane, the original raiser. Oh, the 6 hit. King queen got the up and down with the jack 10. 3s will not know where they are though. He hit a straight before with a 6-7. That's a good card for 3s. Very strong poker here. Played by Ariane. Doesn't muck about when he feels it's right to play.
I don't have no space.
Nice play. And the beautifully sized bet there takes it down. Here to win.
Big bet. What do you want me to fold?
I don't want you to hit straight or something.
That's not.
So maybe come something you hit straight and I'm finished. Yeah.
I just asked, you know.
Yeah.
Ariane with a stronger hand this time than the King Queen. He's got a pair of nines. Pavel, though, with Ace Jack, certainly be playing back at him. Are you considering a push? Or just raise for about 7, I think, 750. Is it just decided to call? Playing this quite conservatively. No, he has raised, sorry, 700. Couldn't see the chips there. Well, Ariane won't be folding nines anytime soon. Flat call there does two things. One, pot control. Two, kind of disguises his hand a bit. Ace Jack has hit second pair. 2 overcards to the nines. Not particularly good. I think Pavel should bet this, find out where he is. I think about 650. Very small, tiny bet. Interesting spot. Bit of pot control by Pavel. It's also not a good card for Ace Jack. Can Ariane find a way of winning this pot through bluffing? He knows he can't win it with his hand.
Okay, check.
He's put the onus on Pavel to bet if he feels there's not really no real value in betting here. He's only got third pair now. So just turn it over and take the pot. Yep. Lukash with an ace-9 will be raising in the cutoff. Nice re-raise for the king-8 offsuit, putting pressure on Lukash, who just calls the 280. Both players missed. Lukash, though, strong player, like a bull. Hungarian bull. Yeah, I love it. Really good poker. He just stays strong and bets. Wonderful.
Az elmúlt pár körben soha nem esett le semmi. Mondom, hiába hívom meg, akkor tudod, a flop előtt soha nem esett le semmi. Mindig beragadok.
Daniel now with a raise with a pretty pair of threes. Pavel has one of those threes, so he has a blocker and a 10-3 suited. Not so good flop for 10-3. Or threes for that matter. David coming out betting and takes it down.
I suppose.
Na zdrowie.
David raising with the ace-6 suited. Daniel quite wisely folds his ace-5 offsuit. Big difference in those two hands. Pavel folding the jack-9. I think on the big blind king-6 he may elect to call. Certainly getting value. Getting 4-1 on his money. A little bit more. First raise back there by David, and neither player has hit. So he took a different line on this one, Dominic. Dominic Matesa in seat 2, Austrian, decided to 3-bet David Klein. Dominic following through his raise with a nice bet. He's really not played that many hands, will get respect. Whether or not David feels a6 is worth continuing, and he doesn't. Good play there by Dominic.
Show the other one. Same? Same
Ja
ace.
narobił.
Two diamond aces?
Ja. Napisałem fajkę na break.
I need those. I have to drink some air fresh. Moving.
Do note we're now six-handed on this table, which makes things like pair of eights a lot stronger. Daniel Lukash, one of our chip leaders, raising, and absolutely the right kind of hand to be raising on. Ariane making a dodgy call with 7-6 offsuit. Did hit a straight last time he had 7-6. Nice straight on the turn he hit. So, very much favourite pair of eights, 83% favourite against 7-6. Doesn't want to hit an 8 because that would give some straight possibilities. It's a good flop for eights. I think Ariane took a risk, he's missed it. Kind of an auto raise, that one. The timing of it was strange, it was very fast. I think Daniel Lucas would have recognised that and just called it down. We're going to probably check. Is Ariane going to have another push? Making another big bet. He does not like giving up pots. And Daniel Lucas doesn't like folding. Still believes his eights are in front. That's made a flush. And a couple of straights. Lining up a third bullet. Is Ariane going to get this through? Daniel's called him down twice. It's good poker by both players. Making a difficult decision now for Daniel. He's either got a 10, very unlikely to have an overpair to the eights. So we're probably looking at Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace 10 kind of combos. Flush has also got there. Ariane doing his best to disguise the fact that he has nothing.
Už ten break sa ide ináč, že?
No, už som zapálil.
Taký, že...
Že nemusím zavolať, že som došel. Veď som ešte nevypadol.
Jedna pas.
Ešte nevypadol?
No.
Ešte si to nevyhral.
A však.
Tak musíš ísť zavolať, vieš?
Čo ma to pozerať?
Dva pas. Tri pas. Štyri pas. Šesť pas.
Nice little pick up there by Ariane. Certainly be chip leader now.
Dva pas. Tri rejs, 425. 425. Štyri pas. Šesť pas.
Lucas raising with a pair of twos. Everyone else has got a two around them and takes it down.
I'm shoving because of this next time.
Maybe with a pair of jacks. And decent fold there with the king 10.
Teraz som mal Jan ešte s Jankou. Teraz som mal Jan ešte s Jankou.
Jedného som ale ja.
Áno. To som tu nic
No na čo, tak vysoko rejzuješ tiež, ale tak sa celkom táto.
do celého stolu.
A more aggressive player on the table, raising with the king queen. Ariane has played very good final day so far and gone right up to nearly 9 million. However, he's going to be up against Dominic's 10s, and he had them before he pushed. Let's see what he wants to do with them here. Could just raise, but then the king queen of Ariane will definitely have a look, or he'll have an opening to shove himself. So I favour the shove, even though it seems like a lot. Got 20 big blinds. There it goes. Oh wow, we got another king queen. Any king queens in the house? Laszlo thinking seriously about this, and I think quite rightly with the king queen suited. That diminishes the value of
That's why I'm probably thinking about calling.
Ariane is just talking his way through before he folds. I do not think he's calling with king queen, although he has got a big stack. 2.4 million to call. He's not getting great odds though. Wasn't much in the pot when the push went in. Big call, massive call. Didn't need to do this. I think it's a strange call with king queen. We know king queen has already gone, so he's running to 4 outs. Dominic worried. I would be less worried having seen the other fold of king queen. And I think 10s will hold and double up here. I have indeed.
Good call. Yeah. I said your hand, yeah?
Yeah.
Ha ezt meg is adom, ott van mögöttem, tudod. És amilyen mártya van, mondom, leesik, hogy ezt is stabilan.
Yeah. It can be easy sometimes if the hands hold.
Austrian Dominic Mateza putting himself in great position. He started the day in 14th out of 16. He only had 15 big blinds and now has doubled up to a really strong position. We'll see the chip counts a bit later. We're about 15 minutes away from our dinner break, which will be 30 minutes. Should you guys on the stream want to get yourself some food or drink, the casino here, very generous. Make a dinner for all the players. Got a nice cream of chicken with potatoes, rice, and a bit of pork for those interested. Very generous here at Banco Casino. And now for the first time, Dominic in position to compete with the larger stacks. Down to the small blind and big blind, and the big blind takes it down. Here we see a flash ad for the Scandinavian Open Poker Championship. 250,000 guaranteed, and that's after the new year in January. At a buy-in of only 185, again super value here at Banco Casino.
You have good flips, man.
Yeah. You need to run it.
Pavel with a possible raising hand, ace 8 in the hijack.
To by som povedal, že to je call, ale nechcem sa hádať.
Zalatil som mi ten shift.
Tak hej, ale je to také.
Questioning there about his technique as the final chip came in after the other ones, but they all were in one motion from one hand. So I think very clear raise, although he didn't say anything. So you have to be careful of some of these local rules and TDA rules can catch you out sometimes. Nice hand of King 9 suited. And he's hit second pair, but will slow play this. Doesn't like the aggressive play. Just likes to check call. And he's in pretty strong position. Overall, he started the day as second in chips out of 16 and was chip leader on this table. He has lost a bit since then. And now the king is only losing to ace king. I don't know whether Pavel will want to represent ace king or try to. Small blocker bet of 300. Doesn't want to be having to call a much bigger bet. Probably thinks he's winning as well. Will Pavel try a move here? No. Decides against it.
I wanted to raise you to have the ace king, but I don't know if you're good enough to call.
I was blocking the ace king also, and I could have it easily. I don't know what kind of play. Yeah, I don't know if it's good enough. I don't know. But
Nice suited, connected ace. Always looks better in spades. David thinking about making a move, but honestly, Lukasz is not the player to do it. Ariane has an ace 5 and wants to see a flop. Lots of split pot possibilities here, especially now the board is paired. And they're both 50% each, with the ace 6 playing, and it's a split pot unless someone outbets the other. Lucas was the original raiser. Should be betting it. Should have been betting it on the turn, arguably.
So it's high.
Yep. Split, split.
Even if it's hit, I check to you anyway. So it's not good of betting you. As I said, you're an ace high, so
Jakob też. No, dobra.
I'm just saying that you get more trouble than you win by betting in this position. Against me.
Can you check this? For fives? Zapis. Trika. Cztery pas. 6 pas. 7 call. 1 check.
Ariane calling the small blind with Queen 2 suited is up against Pavel's 7-5. Here's his Queen.
7 check.
Going to feel quite confident about that with no raise pre-flop. Queen is most likely to be winning, but he's just decided to check it.
7 bet.
Good card for the Queen as well. And shows it.
Three pas. Cztery pas. 6 raise. 275. 275. 7 pas. 1 pas.
Daniel now opening up his range with a raise with a 6-4 offsuit. Ace-8 suited, pretty strong hand for Dominic, who now has a very good stack. Over 5 million from his original 1.4. He's more than trebled up. Just going to call. 700k in the flop pot already. Neither player's hit, but I'm pretty sure Daniel will be representing a different hand from his 6-4. Otherwise, there's no point playing it in the first place. You either hit it, or if you don't, you represent a bigger hand. Ace-8 may have to fold here. Just not hit a flush, not hit a pair, and not got no draw. Yep, that's the advantage of raising with 2 low cards, and you've got 2 ways of winning it. Well played, sir. Ariane with a pair of sevens, raising it up. Pavel, a very playable Jack 8 suited on the button. Don't expect to fold here. I don't know whether he'll want to make a move with it, but he's got two players behind him as well. Checking the big blinds stack. Just a call by the look of it. And a very solid fold with the ace-8. Less solid call with the ace-2. You hit your ace, where are you? And the flop massive for Ariane's pair of sevens. He's hit top set. How's he going to play it though? There is a flush draw there. There is a straight and a straight draw.
Players of the final of Banco Casino Masters, please take your seat.
Very hard to call. He's hit absolutely nothing. Nice pot there for Ariane. Raising with the sevens and hitting the absolute nuts. Ish. Before you all start writing in. It wasn't the nuts. I know it's not the nuts. But it was the effective nuts. We're getting towards the end of our first level, where the players will get a well-deserved half an hour dinner break and enjoy the free food that the casino provides. After that, we will have a new feature table. It will be the other 6 players, maybe 5 players from the other table, which I can't see from my commentating position. So we'll get to see a new bunch of players, which will be a really good thing, and then we can contrast and compare with what we've seen so far. So I think best poker of the table has been Ariane in seat 7 there from Denmark. Pair of fours this time. He had 5s earlier and made a similar raise. Pavel folds, and our most increased stack is Dominic. Looks like they are getting up for their break when they're not in the hand. So we will be back after this hand in half an hour, guys. Have a break yourselves, get something to eat. Daniel will probably call with a suited jack. We have 3 players, ace-2 against 4s and jack-7. And the ace has hit, and so has the 7 of Daniel. Sorry, Daniel has hit the ace, and David has hit the 7. So Ariane, as he would do, is following through. I don't think Daniel Lukash rather, will go anywhere. He's just called it and checked. Ariane, aggression personified. We'll carry on betting. Last time these two were at it, Daniel had the best hand, but Ariane bet him off the pot. Can he do the same here? 1.2 million, very strong bet, and you've only got 5.4 behind. think Ariane feels that David can be bullied off pots. He's done it 2 or 3 times already, and he doesn't seem to worry too much about. In fact, he almost knows Daniel's hit this board with either an ace or a king, and he thinks his betting can take him off it. We will find out. And he's right. Great poker by Ariane up to the break. See you guys in half an hour's time. This is JJ Hazan from the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava.
6.
Sharp. Can, bye.
And guys, I will take your phones away. But just a second. First we will deal with this. Oni akože nemajú až tak veľa a ďalšie čigre sú. Alebo to.
How cruel are you?
Okay. Peter? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.5, 10. 10 million.
Just 10 million.
You have no chips left?
I mean,
Come
small
on.
ones to
You
shuffle,
have,
but okay.
you have 16 million. My friend, it's 16 million.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. Sorry?
You must do bubble, yeah. Must. Do double up.
On it. Hey, guys, you don't have a higher chair? I'm a dwarf and yeah, but
Go
I doesn't go up.
Peter? Yeah, Peter, I will help you. Just
This is the highest.
no, just
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'm patient. What is that?
500.
10 million. It's okay?
Must be. She's good, so
That's
I
10
trust
million.
her. Okay.
Okay,
This
guys.
is my box?
Yes. Na trojke.
Few information. So, these are your original boxes.
Yes.
This one, that one, first one. You have to use it on your turn for at least 3 seconds. Okay, so it's your turn. I wait with the cards in the box for 3 seconds. Then you don't have to put it back. You can, no problem. But 3 seconds mandatory. Okay? Count in your head. I'm gonna take away your phone, same as I did with the previous table. So please give me your phone, or you can put it here.
We already did.
Even if you have smartwatch, is it smartwatch? Yeah, I'm gonna take it away as well. No cheating.
No, csak vyberám a divákom.
I'm not saying you are cheating, yeah. Alright.
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Okay.
I would say we will exchange next break the tables, but I'm pretty sure next break we will be on the final.
Isn't that the higher chair? I'm sorry to
I will.
This is
No, it's working, Peter.
it's working? Okay. I know I'm not very good at mechanic. Oh, but it's the other side.
Yeah.
There was also a clamp thing. Okay, thank
No,
you.
that one is for...
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, all right. I didn't want to deliver a baby hero, so I just thank you.
Alright guys, so we continue 81, 61, 60, this one, and I wish you the best of luck, and dealer start please.
Yes.
Osm pas. Jedna pas. Tri pas.
Welcome back, everyone, to this newly formed feature table here at the Banco Casino Masters. Chip leader Peter Camaras shoving with his ace jack, and unluckily for his opposition, he has an inferior ace 10, but he's hit his 10. Wow. But the jack has now hit Peter, and Peter knocks out
Super. Student
poor Daniel from Austria, Daniel Johanovic, who thought he was ahead when he hit the 10 on the flop. Peter stayed strong, hits the jack, and we lose another player. Blinds are now pretty strong. 100, 150k, so there's 400 in the pot before we start. We'll see the lineup in a minute. We're down to 4 here, although I think we will get another player pretty soon. We are not far away from our final table of 9, where we will not see the cards for a while until we get down to 8 players.
Can I get a service, please? The service, please.
Oh, my friend is back.
They're just moving me around like a...
Yeah. You are flying like a stork, right? From Africa to Europe and back.
I skipped big blind. Not big blind. I'm big blind, so I didn't skip it. Так, играти було.
Just be. Just be.
Now we have a player back from our original feature table, Pavel, but in a different seat now with 4 different players. So he has to adjust and see where the table's at before he gets too busy. Peter able to play most hands now. 9-7 offsuit on the button. Small raise. Lines at 8160, so it's just over a 2x. Pavel with a very playable Queen 9 suited, totally dominating Peter. Will he decide to push with it? Not a bad hand to push with. Even if you get called, you're going to be fairly live. Just decides to call though. People think these kind of hands are risky, but 2 ways of winning, of course, doesn't mean that the original raiser has a big hand. The problem now is that where's your Queen 9? And the original raiser will represent the ace if they are any good. 7-9 also has a gut shot. Just putting out a feeler bet.
3275.
How's Peter going to read this on the button? If he's going to rep the ace, he'll be raising. Pavel's just come new to the table. But Peter is a massive chip leader with 18 million, over 18 million. Pavel a short stack. He may feel that a short stack is not going to bet into this without having the ace. On the other hand, here he comes. I love the way this man plays. Commented on him last year on the final table. I'm sure he'll make this final table. Excellent play. This is lovely poker. He had the gut shot and also was representing the ace, answering the question that Pavel put out. Very solid poker.
If you push, I might fold, yes. But I'm not sure. 27 is a lot. Yeah,
Was too good to... I could see the club with the hand actually. To be honest. I don't know what you figured out there. You just got me.
Yeah. Just playing my cards. Mostly.
A player we haven't seen yet. Milan from the Czech Republic, pushing with his pair of nines, all in 2 million. Let's see if 3 players to get through. Button and the blinds. Peter with 6-3 will not be calling. And now big blind Martin Lechner from Austria folds. So Czech Republic, Milan making a nice play there with nines. With the blinds so big, he only had just over 10 big blinds. And 16 big blinds, but very hard to raise and fold with nines, so you might as well get it in.
Poprosím načerný eventuálne zaujali svoje miesta a budeme pokračovať.
Avraham Mizrahi, one of our Israeli players, first to act. Haven't seen him. He's part of a group of 40 or 50 players that come over especially for the Banco Masters. I have heard that they have an awful lot of buy-ins. Don't want to say too much, but let's say the casino welcomes them with open arms. They do like a gamble. I will say that because I played with a couple last night, and quite loose aggressive. Here's Martin now pushing all in with a 1 million short stack, but no one has a hand. Has an ace. No one can call. So those blue and yellow chips are the smaller ones, and he only has a few white ones. So he only has 10 big blinds. If he's going to play a hand, it's going to be all in. 5 left on this feature table, and I think 10 left overall. So we are 1 player away from forming our final table. We will have a short break, even though we've just had a 30-minute break. We will get a short break when that happens. And we will start the final table of 9, where we will not see the cards. I hope everyone's got that one. I find it slightly annoying as a commentator, but there you go. A couple of questions online. So Lifeguard asks, where's the second table with 8 more people? It's a couple of tables away in the same room. They can't see each other's play, but it's within the same vicinity, and we have swapped over the feature table. The chick counts, for those that asked earlier, do come up as and when, so we're fairly good at keeping people up to date on that. Of course, you can also go to the Banco Casino live report on the website, and you will get to see more information there. Right. Everyone folding around there, and this time it's a push. Ace 10 push, 1.4 million, and going to take this down. It was blind on blind action.
I don't know whoever was actually short or not. I don't know.
3 million.
Considering a button shove on the with the 6-7 offsuit. Peter now in the small blind with a playable Queen 8. He's just going to call or make a small raise. However, Pavel with 10s is going to push for sure and get an immediate fold. Not wasting anyone's time. Good stuff, everyone. Peter on the bottom with an ace. Puts maximum pressure on the small and big blind, both of whom are fairly short stacked. Pavel now, difficult decision. Can't see his hand yet. He's got him dominated by 1 pip, ace 6. Very hard to call though. Very hard to call. If it was suited, I think it'd be an automatic call, but ace 6 could be so dominated by pairs. Any ace really. And poor old Martin will be folding his 2-3 suited.
I can be that.
Father Christmas.
Not bad.
I had also that one.
The second remains mystery.
Now the icing pressure there is.
Certainly will remain a mystery when it's a 5 against poor old Pav 6.
I mean,
It's close because I know what to do.
because you are never dominating. So
Sometimes
yeah, but then
queen
chop.
ten, queen jack, queen queen.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes you have a 60-40. Yeah.
You do whatever. You can do whatever. But yes, it was close. He says I know.
Good to know.
I think. Yeah.
Just kidding.
King 4 suited, 10 big blinds. Does he want to make a stand at this point? Problem is, got a lot of players behind him, 4 players behind him. One of them wakes up with a big hand, and he's getting it all in with King 4 suited. And at some point, he does have to make moves. He needs to double up to make the final table. And just to remind you that 10th place will take home 2,700, and there's a jump of about 500 euros to 9th, which will be the final table, 9. Up to 39,820 for first place. I think we're on hand for hand at the moment. Martin on the short stack, just not getting much of a break, so he's having to push with hands like Jack 3 and hope that no one calls him. He only had the big blind to get through, so it's a nice play. It just allows a bit more breathing space, gives him another round to get his chips in. He has 6 big blinds, I think, so a lot less, well under the danger line of 10 big blinds. Martin Lechner from Austria I do believe he's got quite a good record. I haven't looked him up, but someone told me he's a very solid tournament player. A few cashes last year, smallish. Goes back 2017 in Vienna. Party Poker Grand Prix, second place for 48,000 euros. That's his biggest event. So now we've got 7-8 suited against Ace-9. And they are both short stacked, they're both at risk. Ace-9 still holding. There's the ace, but it's a club. There's two clubs. And the Ace-9 doubles through, so our Israeli friend in seat 2 doubles through.
King guy.
Avraham Mizrahi, big double up, and almost crippled his opposition with a 7-8 suited. I think we will lose our 10th player very soon. I don't know where the blinds are, but not even sure he's got both blinds. So luckily, I think he's on the button now. So he has a few hands to get his chips in. 3 hands basically. This is a shoving hand for Martin. 6 big blinds, suited ace. Wow. Okay, that's real discipline. Because he knows, and he would have run into kings. Poor guy has his premium hand when he literally has under 2 big blinds. So he's going to get called by Peter, who already had his big blind in. Wow. Whoa, no. Blessed. Queen 7 beating kings.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not supposed to win this. I mean, man, you're supposed to even look at the cards. Yeah, I was not looking at the cards.
Wow. Doesn't even need to. He had his chips in already and hits 2 queens on the flop. Peter is blessed. And we're down to 4 now on our feature table. 9 players left, so I think we're now racking up. We will redraw for our final table of 9 and be back in about 10-15 minutes. See you soon, guys.
Tutaj mamy jeszcze blind 200, 400, big blind 400, blind of 200, 400, big blind 400.
Co? Ja bym tam mogli zadłuć. To wystartowała?
Okay, players, you can start taking your seats. Players, please take your
Zalepilo sa, vieš?
To je najmenší steak. Ja idem po koza steak.
Jak sedíme?
Tu asi bude, ne?
And the cheese for this sauce?
Ale rád by som si
Ja
sedol...
neviem, ale teraz...
Rád by som si sedol záhenču červené. Počkaj, si to...
Za čo
Wait,
hovoríme?
wait, delicious.
Poprosím hráčov main eventu, aby zaujali svoje miesta, o malú budeme pokračovať. Please players from main event, take your seats, will continue shortly.
Ešte to ráta, či nie? Čipy.
A jak sa ideme vlastne? Že ja som asi správne, ale...
Dobre, sekundu. Nechytáme sa, dobre?
Second.
No? Aj, to znamená toľko. Aj, sorry.
Okay, guys, just a second. Don't touch the chips, please.
Born in Iran, but lived in Denmark.
To bude stream bez ukazovania karet.
So you just came here for poker?
Nemusím sa hádať za to, čo zahrám.
Yeah, they have, but not big stuff.
Sir,
Danish poker, I mean, but they have some private stuff, but not
then you
big
have to
like
move
this.
there because he is...
People don't play? People don't want to play?
Yeah, but there was not enough on the casino. There is no cash game or something like this. And, but there is something, if you go beside the bridge, there is some casinos to play. So.
Ja v živote nebudem veriť hráčovi nikdy, akože to never, že...
It's okay. Oh, I have to relieve my phone.
Little sardines.
20 milionov prípad. 18, 19, 19,5, 19,7, 19,8, 19,9, 20, 30.
Takže 2-0.
Toto si dáme, no?
You must do double up. Must do double up.
Takže to rátam, hej?
Počkaj,
Just all in fold.
A to je
No,
0,
something like this.
30.
Just all in fold.
Ja som to nevedela, to je 2,5.
This is here?
To je 2,5, takže 6,5, 7,5, 8, 4, 6.
2 milióny 60. Som 2,060.
Niečo s tým musíš robiť.
4,015.
Dani to meg nem tézve az asztalra.
5,9.
Hol van?
I would recommend for Banco to buy 9 handed table. I think it's I know, but
My darling, 2.5 million.
Correct.
Skinny guys, yeah.
Alright guys, it's going to be uncomfortable for some time. I'm sorry about that, but it is how it is. I can't prolong the table. I would for you, but I can't.
maybe a new table. Not now. I mean,
I can talk to the spade guys, but we don't own the company, unfortunately.
oh yeah, okay. Anyway, I think everybody would accept to be uncomfortable if being here. So I think it's okay.
It's okay.
So, for now, I'm letting you have your phones. For now, because we have no cards. Okay, so we are not disturbing any signal.
Doesn't matter.
Not matter.
So if you want, now you can use your phones, no problem. Your cards won't be visible for some time. For exact time, we lose one player. Then we again will have a short break. We did full redraw now. We are not gonna do another redraw. So once we are 8, we just remove the chair and we continue 8. But there will be like again 10 minutes break.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it. I wish you guys
Thank you.
best of luck. 81, 60, 160, and you will start.
Thank you.
Aha, dobre.
So welcome back everyone to the final table of 9 at the Banco Masters here in Bratislava. 40k up top. Next player out will get 3,245. We cannot see their cards because there are 9 players and only 8 card reading boxes. So we will do some fun guessing games as to what kind of hand someone could have with the way they play it. So it's like real poker, to be honest. I mean, all the advantage we get. It's much easier to commentate when you can see their hands. Harder to play when you can't. Chip leader Peter eyeing up the players behind him. Arian is on his left. He's been probably the strongest player that we've seen on the feature tables so far, especially when he 4-bet with the King 7 and took a much stronger hand off. So Peter raising, could have any ace here. He'll do it with anything really, ace 4 to ace 10. Won't face him at all. Confident player, knows where he is and he's in position. Small blind here. Shortish stack, yep, pretty short. I think that's 1.5 million. He's shoving all in. I'll see what it is in a sec. It looks about 1.5 million. And Daniel Lukash, who was our original chip leader at the beginning of this day, second to Peter. Peter has increased his lead. So we're going to get a count. Maybe nearer 2 million. 2,60,000. Peter passing there. Telling everyone that he may not be raising with premium hands, which is not exactly a surprise when you're the chip leader. But they do fear him. They know he's a strong player. Dominic Matesa, our Austrian player, made the most significant rise, started with only 1.5 million, is now on about 7 million. So he's increased his stack percentage-wise more than any other player. So although Peter has almost double the stack, Dominic has quadrupled his stack. He's now on the big blind. raise here in late position. And to Dominic on the small blind. And now our short stack Martin on the big blind has to fold. Yeah, Ray's taking it down. It's going to be very cagey. They all want to make the final table, the last 8. It's a big thing. It's very hard to reach any final table. You've got 1,000, 1,500 runners to make a final table of 8 is very impressive for any poker player. So always a good thing to have on your Hendon mob, your resume. Finishing in the first 8, 9. Even if you don't make the big money, it's still a good achievement. Round to Abraham. And now Peter, our big chip leader, just taking it a bit easier now. The most aggressive and probably the best player on the table so far. Ariane making a raise. And 2 of our tightest players. One's folding. Has Martin got any kind of hand? He's getting the stare down by Laszlo next to him with the fishing hat. Big blind. Has he got a hand? No, he can't call either. So another raise gets through.
It's way behind.
Oh yeah, the queen 7, the king 2. My
No,
apologies.
it is you.
My apologies.
No, I mean,
What was it? Like you were all in?
he was all in with 2 bigs. And I was thinking to fold it actually.
You had what? 2 kings? Or?
No, he had 2 kings, he had 2 big blinds. I didn't see, but I apparently had queen 7.
And you played 2 pair?
I hit tripped queens on the flop.
Oh wow.
I don't even feel well, and actually for me it's much better if he stays in the room. So I was not even happy, but
Pre-flop.
yeah, I was thinking, but there are short stacks, so anyway, I decided to play that. But you can even fold. I mean, you also can consider folding, but I don't mind to double up. Although he's a good player, but I don't mind to double up because then he's not shoving every hand. He's just shoving with 6, 7 big blinds. He's carefully shoving, and I can put more pressure. But
That's how it is.
but finally I decided to call before because I'm volunteering. Okay.
You want the call? Okay.
Limping. I like limping. It's fun.
There's actually one very good Czech tournament player, and he min raises blind sometimes.
Really?
Fun. But I'm sure he wouldn't do it now.
Like a Livestream or something.
Yeah. But usually it's deep stake.
Without option. Problems with these 25 all the time.
330. Call.
Peter now making a raise. Oh, thank you. And looks like Arian is re-raising to 5. I don't know if Peter's played much with Arian, but he's up against a good player here. Well, they both are. I've seen Peter play before on one of our final tables here, and he's a very impressive poker player. Arian has shown very good skills so far. Flop of 267. Low connected flop. We know how aggressive Arian has been, but he hasn't been up against Peter, and more importantly, Peter's stack. He's beaten up a few people on his way to this final table, but Peter is not other people. He didn't get that stack by luck. He usually knows where he is. In this case, he feels he's behind, so he is folding. Pair of 8s is shown, so over pair. Probably a very good fold there by Peter. May have had 2 over cards, may not.
He could have 5, but yeah, you just can't.
Calling one time to see what's coming. It can be many options.
Yeah, it's all.
We've got an all-in push by Martin on the short stack. Small blind has folded. Peter's considering it on the big blind. He has about, I think it was 18 million, and Martin about 1 million. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation there. 1 million. What's he been called with? Ace 3 against 6s. Well, it's a fair call. A suited ace against a pair of 6s, and they've both hit something. Top set with a gut shot draw. And that gut shot would be a split pot, so 6s double up there. Played very, very patiently, Martin. Chip leader has had a tiny dent in his stack.
It's close to take you. Very close.
Yeah, the 3 was like, yeah.
Yeah, 3 was a saver.
20,000.
What, sorry?
1,020,000.
20,000. Nice hand.
We were all rooting for you.
Thanks.
In the most respectful way.
I guess we all like it to play 9-handed.
Yeah.
Too much space.
Abraham making a small raise on the button to 400. Peter's in the small blind, folds, so we're just round to the big blind. Ariane folds as well. Has to respect a tight player who shows kings. One of the tighter players on the table, which I never thought I'd say about an Israeli, but there you go.
Okay, I have king 8. Not bad.
Arranged all in.
Again, one of our shorter stacks pushing now. 2 blinds to get through. I think it's about 1.3 million, something like that.
1,390,000.
Exactly that, 1.3. Ariane calls. Not going to be calling light here. And someone looked disappointed. 10s against ace 8. Ariane looked disappointed. Still got the ace to hit though. Not so far.
1 million what?
1,390,000. Can you give me one more 100, please?
How much is the rate?
500. Bet 4. Yeah, bet 4. I can wait for better hand. In this spot you can have very high. Yeah, a lot of king highs, queen highs, just whatever.
Yes, that's yours. Price 425.
Ariane back to getting busy. Showing the ace queen. Ace jack suited. Perfectly good raising hand, for sure. So making sure that people know he is not doing it with nothing. Bit of advertising.
No, okay, we have jack king. Okay. It's check. So it backdoor flush got 2 overs on the flop. Yeah, had to call one more straight. Yeah, but it was a good card from his side. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I was, and even if you raise me with a draw, you now have a pair plus draw, and I don't have the backdoor anymore. Yeah, so I set you to ace something, ace 6 or ace something bigger. Yeah, so, big ace with backdoor flush draw. Yeah, yeah. I don't never have ace instead. No, but yeah, we have 4 in hand. I can just, yeah, I'm not opening ace 6. I can tell this significant, but I give more significant. Yeah. But on that flop, I'm gonna set you to ace 6 or ace X, yeah. Bit higher card. Yeah, yeah.
Price 405,000.
Raised here by Abraham, who raised with the kings earlier. Will get respect from the table and has done. Not showing this time though.
Don't want to be weak.
Looks like Ariane is measuring out another raise. 335. Just above the minimum raise. Martin, who's got more than 2 million now, doubled up earlier, decides to make the call. Ace Queen 5. Usually a raiser's flop. This time though, Ariane just checking behind. Both playing this very carefully. Small bet here. Calls. Flush has made it. Straights made it. Ariane representing the flush or has the flush. Martin in a difficult spot now. Quite a few of the chips he won in the other big hand are in the middle at the moment. Does he believe Ariane has the hand he's representing? Tough spot. And the call is made. King Queen. Calls Jack 10. Ariane at it with the Jack 10. And Martin making a great call there. Good to see that these kind of calls can still be made.
1,360,000.
Then we'll check that call. Then we'll check that call. Oh, I normally check it. If I hit the ace, I can check as well.
But I can have the flush draw, and it was a snap only not on the river. But I don't think you value bet the ace with, I don't know.
No, normally I can check as well. You play
No, that's not on the river. If you have the ace, I think you normally value bet it for.
No,
or not.
no.
I don't.
I have to have the rest of your money.
Yeah, but he can have flush draw, you know.
Yeah, he's snap calls.
You shouldn't be betting on
my
what
way.
he does. I mean, that's...
I can do what I think.
Yeah. He's just trying to discuss.
Yeah, I understand, but
Right, 425.
Early position raise. Called by Low. Two spades, Jack 7-9. As he has done quite often today, Low likes to make the first play if he's out of position. He's up against Ariane though, who's a very strong player. Just deciding to flat call. Nope, sorry, he's gone all in. Very different really, isn't it? All in and calling. So Ariane putting maximum pressure. He did bluff the previous hand, got caught. Doesn't mean he's bluffing this one, and he's hit top pair and pushed it through. Well played, got some of his chips back.
Race 375.
Him raising on the button. Getting a call from David, who doubled up earlier. Still both of them, I think, about 2 million, just over each, so relatively short. Check. As the money card, ace appears. Who's got the ace or who's going to represent the ace? Well, not David unless he's playing Tricky Dicky. Check call there. Hearts have completed, straights have completed, Queen Jack, suited King, Ace King. Taking his time. Ooh. Nice bet here, putting the pressure on Martin in seat 9. I think he has. I'm going to put him down for a ace 10 or ace jack. Oh. Does Martin believe him? If he hasn't got an ace himself, it's going to be very hard for him to carry on in this hand. He was the initial raiser. And Martin from Austria against one of our local players, David Klein of Slovakia. Heads up, quite an important pot. One will be in the safety zone, the other will be in the danger zone. It's a great bet, just really makes it difficult to know what to do. And was I right? Has Martin got the ace? Can't see his hand. Let's see his hand. Ah, the flush even better. Jack 8 flush, fantastic. Well played and got paid when he hit his flush. Martin may well have had the ace himself. Either way, fantastic.
Norwegian, das ist 4, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7. 4 flach bitte.
The bottom, where is the bottom?
Between the two boxes.
David in the groove now. Raising in the small blind. Abraham on the big blind. Calling. So it's 2 to the flop. Small blind, big blind action. Always dangerous. King 10-2 connectors and 2 spades. David has chips and he wants to use them. Abraham not giving much away here. Very hard to read his body language. Looks like he's going to raise. Or is this just for show? Try and get a reaction off David. Difficult to tell. Just a call. Another bet, and this time David's power betting has got through. Abraham folds. David involved again, but this time with chip leader Peter. Very, very connected, dangerous board. There's a pair, there's flushes, there's straights. Tough spot. If someone plays this strong. Peter's now going to bet. Not a big bet, but a bet to find out where he is. And that's made a few hands. David doesn't look too phased, but is unsure where he is. And now his body language says he may have to fold this. Relentless pressure by David. He's bet the turn and the river. Probably showing quite a big hand. And Peter decides not to show, probably wisely. Now let's start getting into the action. 500,000 strong raise, which has been his style. Doesn't ever do 2.5. Tends to go in stronger. Abraham looking like he wants to play this hand. And folds. Another big hand for Peter.
Good fall. Eight. Eight. You are Jack, Queen, Aces. Peter picking up at yet another pot. He's relentless. It's slow but sure persecution of the other players. Back round to our chip leader, Peter. Decides to fold one, much to the pleasure of the other players who don't like taking him on. He is relentless. This time raise on the small blind by Daniel Lukasz from Hungary. And he's facing Dominic from Austria, who had our biggest rise so far. They have a very equal stacks. 4-4-6, lovely flop for a low connected raising hand, which I do love. Gonna see a C bet after the raise. We are 400,000. What will Dominic think about this board? He doesn't like it. Hasn't got an overpair and hasn't connected with the flop. So loses a small pot there. Now back round again to our small blind, big blind. Dominic and our short stack, Martin. Both from Austria. Don't know if they know each other. Oh, we're seeing a raise. I don't think Martin's looked yet. Some players like to look early and plan ahead, which I favour. Other players like to wait, watch what the other players do, then look at their hand and assess the situation. The thinking being that they don't give anything away in their body language when looking at their cards. But if, like me, you don't tend to do that, whether you've got a big hand or not, and it's an all-in. How will Dominic treat this? He hasn't reacted yet. I don't think it's that much more than his raise. Might be 2 or 3 times more. Wow. Folds. A slight look of, I think that was bad timing. A nice play there by Martin, who picks up a raised pot. This time, Martin, shorter stacked on the small blind and just calls. And all in from Laszlo. Immediate fold by the small blind. I think a player like Laszlo will get maximum respect when he shoves. He'll have at least ace-9, ace-10 or better. So, respect given and small pot taken by Laszlo. Still 9 players here at the Banco Casino. We are not yet at the point where you can see everyone's cards when we have 8 players. But I do expect 1 or 2 players to be out within the next 20 minutes or so, and then we'll have a slight reset so that all 8 players' cards can be seen. Raising the small blind by Laszlo. Not done an awful lot in poker, and usually means that they've got a pretty strong hand because early position all in push with the ace 7-6 2 clubs. In fact, it was a call, not a raise. It was a call from an original raise by this young Austrian player. You've got to know that Laszlo is one of the tighter players on the table and is unlikely to be betting with nothing. Taking his time, which he's done throughout this tournament, and feels he has to fold. So probably had a king 10, king jack kind of hand. Laszlo picks up a nice pot there.
No.
Yeah, raising all in on the button, and no one can call. Shows an ace king, and he's up against ace 10. So all in, re-raise with the ace king, and we may lose our 9th player. Although he's got clubs, he's got a 10. Oh, gut shot draw there. So we lose our 9th place finisher, and we will go to a final table of 8 where we can see cards. Just be a slight shift around. Well, everyone's going to take a little stretch, and we'll be back very soon.
zaujali svoje miesta a malú chvíľu budeme pokračovať. Please players from main event tables will continue shortly.
Also eben meiner Snackfolie.
Ist unnötig in der Phase da voll. Also für dich vor allem Babe ist halt, du kriegst halt schon ein bisschen Folie, könnt ihr auch rein, aber.
Nur ein Aufwachen, das König der Wind kochen kann. Aber
Have yours? No? So I think it's
was ich umbringen. Man muss eher Fehler. Wenn
es keine Fehler gibt, dann gibt es das
dann wird man noch cooler warten. Da sehen wir dann zwei starke voneinander.
Gucken wir dann so mit 1,5 Pizza. Ja.
Okay, guys, so if you didn't put your phones there, you can do it now.
Yes.
Please. Please. Dobre, mám 7 ešte. Samozrejme mi chýba Slovak. Of course. I have all the international people.
Listening.
Is
Na štovka.
of course. David,
Somebody busted in the break or what?
čakáme ja.
Yeah. Nice move.
Fame, všetko.
Is your jacket?
Yes.
I just move it because I'm sitting here.
Oh, okay. No worries. Sure.
Romy, ešte si nemusíš dať
Welcome back, everyone, as we sort ourselves out for the final table of 8. And we can see that in seat 1 we have Martin from Austria with 3.1 million, all the way through to our 19 million chip leader. There it is in order, Peter Kamaris from Hungary. We have a Slovakian, we have a Danish, couple of Hungarians, couple of Austrians, and an Israeli. Lovely mix of people from around Europe. So we've got 92 big blinds with our chip leader, massive chip leader, and our Israeli friend in seat 4 with only 9 big blinds. However, our next player out will take home €4,000, not to be sniffed at, from a 170 buy-in. So on the assumption that the Israeli player had at least 5 buy-ins, he'll still be in profit. So just sorting out the final cards and get the dealer in place, and we will be off.
Strašne iné, to je totálne iná práca, keď robíš zo stoja. Vieš, ak si zvyknúť celý život sedieť a proste...
You're not used to dealing, that's fine.
No, I'm... Dominic, I am not used to do anything when I'm standing. It's completely different.
Yeah, okay.
And always when I was...
It's mine.
Okay, go turn it off. Always when I was a dealer, I was always sitting. So
yeah.
it's completely different, I'm telling you.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
You're doing a good job. You're a very nice girl. So.
Alright. So if we are ready, we do some pictures and... some beautiful pictures. Yay! We are finally...
Hello, give me this. I reach out now.
Yeah, you can actually all like jump into the
Can we choose in between?
Let's do like
Let's do that.
Let's do this. Just one picture.
The obligatory picture of the final table lists without the dealer in place. Make all their girlfriends and mothers very happy.
I'll take this for a while.
Was it whiskey or what?
Keď nepijeme alkohol,
Dostanem kolu?
It's a pretty good one. It's like 78 euros.
Okay.
Just
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, cheap casino, you know, Slovakia.
It's the what? Oh, okay.
But the,
Po tých 39 minútach bude break? Či
ano, krátky break.
We make some ritual.
We will have a break, but it's not gonna be 15 minutes. We will like 10 because it's a cheap rate break. We have to have that,
Alright.
but it's gonna be short.
Alright. Well, now it's live, so now it's...
Okay, guys, chip counts. I will show you. And you can just move.
What is it?
Chip count.
So, since we already streamed from the start, you know you have your chip box, 3 seconds, blah blah blah, rules, everything. Any questions? I like that.
today. How are you
I am
today?
perfect, sir. How are you? Thank you very much.
Fine. Also.
Great. Happy to hear that.
How could I organize your team?
My
Team.
team.
Yes.
Even dealers don't have them. But you can ask the director. But he's not here. He's in Košice.
I know.
he's yeah.
Jo.
Thank you.
John doesn't care for him.
Sorry?
It doesn't care for him.
Yeah, if you are the effective stack,
Yeah.
then it's not.
Yeah, it's not like important.
Where in Denmark? Copenhagen?
Yeah, around Copenhagen. Somewhere.
Guys, two things. It's only we, by the government, we can pay out in cash. Not more than 15,000 euros. It's 15. It's supposed to be 5, now it's 15.
Oh, yeah, that's a
We
good
are
development
happy.
since last time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it is for the first 2 prizes. But you should know that upfront that we either wire it through the bank or you can do deposit and every month, 1 month, you can come and take 15k. So if the first is 40k, it's 3 months. Okay?
But can you split it like the 15k and the rest?
Also, you
But
can
the
come
transfer
and
is immediate.
Yeah.
So
We are very efficient with the transfers and we do that
Confirm.
like tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So you should have it by the end of the week. And the last thing, if you decide you want a deal anytime, the blinds are gonna be cut to half. Also in
the minutes, you mean, or what? The level minutes.
minutes will be 30 minutes instead of 60 because you already make a deal, yeah? It's only about the deal and heads up. In heads up, it's automatic. You don't have to even deal. In heads up, it's automatic. If you deal anytime, also 30 minutes. So we will speed up the game, okay? Alright, so I wish you the best of luck.
Thank
Enjoy,
you,
please.
thank you.
Like 100, 200 and we will start.
Good luck, guys. Mondom neked, hogyha deal van, akkor visszaveszik az órát 1 óra helyett fél órára. Tehát, hogy vagy heads up-ban is fél órás vakok lesznek. Ez a lényege, és 15 000 eurónál többet nem fizetnek ide, ez csak az első 2. Érdekes, egyszerű.
So we're off, guys. Final table of 8. We can see their cards. We've met all the players during this final day, so there won't be too many surprises there. Looking at the stacks, there's only one short stack. And I think here he is. Mr. Avrahim, 2 million, so he has 10 big blinds. 10-8 suited, so not a bad hand to push with. Yep, I like that. So, Peter, going to think about it, and it could be a call, but oh no, poor Abraham. He plays well and looks down, sees aces. Our Danish player, who already has a good amount of chips, is probably going to increase by another 2 million, and we will lose our 8th place finisher in the first hand. Our Israeli friend, Mr. Mizrahi. Let's see if he can hit any kind of flop. Nope. Not really. And game over, and 8th place finisher picks up a nice 4,000 though to take home to Israel. Well played, sir. Fought well.
I had one of his.
I must have shoved this.
I must have shove, he says. And 10-8 suited, I think, perfectly fair. I think he's right. What do I know? But I think I said before he did shove that this is a shoving hand. He's just very unlucky. He ran into aces. Even ace 10 doesn't want to call there. So just very unlucky. Well played, sir. 7 left. Now we can see our stacks. Massive 18 million for Peter. Double the next place, who has now moved up to second. Then we've got a good third. Quite a few people in the mid-range. 15 to 25 big blinds. So lots to play for. Here we go on our next hand. 7 players left for the Banco Casino Masters. Nice raising hand, 7-handed, ace 10 suited. He's got decent stack. He's played very well, David. He's just moved up quietly up the ladder. Oh, Peter will be folding that. Now, how's Mr. Lucky? Mr. Mohammed from Denmark. And he's making a play. Look at this. He's done this before. He's done this about 3 times on the final day. He hasn't not playing his hand. He's playing the player. He thinks he can get David to fold his ace 10 suited. We will see. David Klein from Slovakia, local player. Is he going to get pushed around here by a player whose last hand was aces, so he's playing on that as well? And he is. Ariane, what a player. He's arguably been the best player of this tournament so far, although Peter, with the chip stack, has been relentless and increased from 11 million to start the day to the big stack that he has now, 18 million. So he has done fantastically well on the final day. But the most impressive player has just made a re-raise with 8-5. And it was a very considered strategy. He thought he could get David to fold. He was playing on the fact that he had aces last hand, and that's in the memory of the other player. Excellent poker. Ace 4 now for Martin. Ace 4 suited. Probably see some kind of play. No. Okay. Doesn't like a low suited ace. Each to his own, I say. Peter in late position with the Queen 9 offsuit. He's going to be wary of Ariane on his left. He has chips and he has an aggressive nature. Oh, And Daniel Lukash started this day in second place, but now on the shorter side, pushes with ace jack suited, the only way of playing that hand, and takes down a raised pot, which is also a lot better than the normal small blind, big blind. Well played, sir.
Poprosím turnajných hráčov, aby zaujali svoje miesta, o 4 minúty budeme pokračovať. This tournament player single speed will continue.
Been a slow grind for our other Hungarian player. Now, does David like playing these kind of low suited connectors, which I love, but Peter's got a big hand. Ace queen suited, he would be going nowhere. Certainly be raising. What did he do last time? I think it was 425. Yep. I like the same raises, whatever hand you've got, because it just gives no extra information. Some players have a weakness where they just do 25,000 or 50,000 extra when they have a big hand. This is the right way of playing when you have the chip stack. You're giving no extra information away. It doesn't look like anyone can call. So another 500k comes to the richest player on the table. Ace 4 for the big stack. Sides against it. Interesting. And would have come up against Ariane's ace 8. Who now has 10 million to his name. Small blind, king 9 offsuit. I'm sure he'll fancy taking on a player as good as Ariane. So he gets it through. Ariane will like this kind of hand, 9-10 suited. He's very good player post-flop as well. So he can be confident in raising with that kind of hand. Not going to get in trouble. Martin with Queen 7. Round to David, who has nothing to defend with. And the 10-9 suited, which is a lovely playable hand. Only 7 players. Ariane with a pair of sevens in early position. Makes the raise. This time, though, David has nines, is dominating him. Just calling. Well, that's surprise play, I think, there. I think I'd be looking to raise with nines. And now Peter's got a pair as well. He wants to have a look. 3 pairs are going to go to the flop here. Can anyone spike a set? Especially the 4s or the 7s. Be more of a surprise. Peter just calls that's the right play there. Just think David could have raised with nines, put more pressure on. Nines still winning. Problem is, though, 2 overcards. So he's not going to necessarily know he's winning. And even worse, an ace. None of these 3 players are going to like the board at all. Unless one of them hits a set on the end, it's going to probably be checked down. Ariane is the only likely player to make a move, and here he comes. I love this. He's the only likely player to move here. And he will take it down. Excellent. Really good, observant poker player. Spots opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I have no
I have very good hands now all the time. It's not just great.
I had 4-7 off.
Like 5 hands, I have very good hands. That's crazy. But now maybe change. I don't know.
We have to enjoy the moment when we have the good luck.
Ariane using a nice bit of psychology there, just telling everyone what wonderful hands he's been getting. Nice verbal play there.
Really 5 hands, I have. People don't think, but it's crazy. It's coming.
Martin liking his Queen 10 suited. Coming in with a raise. Won't like a re-raise, but it's quite a small raise. King, Queen coming in. David doesn't like re-raising. And Peter will probably take a look with a 9-7 suited. No, decides against it. Interesting. It's suspicious there. Now Ariane, pair of 6s. Does he want to play on his Previous statement. No, he just calls. Looking to set mine here. So 3 players to the flop. Queen 10 suited, sixes, and king queen offsuit. Who's going to hit? I think the sixes have hit. Set of sixes with very, very little for either other player. Runner flush for David and nothing for Martin, our original raiser. But how's Ariane going to play it? I think he checked his option at first, which makes a lot of sense. When you're that big, you want someone else to be betting. Now they both hit the queen, and David has the king flush draw as well. He's going to like this. Will Ariane check again? He has. Martin's hit his queen. He's going to bet. David may well raise with king queen, or he might want to disguise. And I think we're going to see. No, it's 800. Now what's Ariane going to do? We may well see just a call. Wow. That flat call should send massive danger signals to Martin. Yeah, and he folds his top pair. Nice exploratory bet there. And now David could be in all sorts of trouble unless he hits his flush. And he hits his nut flush against a set of sixes. So Ariane's slow playing his sixes has not worked out for him. David has hit the nuts. Ariane won't like that. The very fact that he raised will alert him to the potential flush, which he has hit big time. $3 million in the pot. There we go. Here comes the bet. Going to be tough. But this will tell us a lot about Ariane. I think did he just fold the sixes? Show the sixes and fold? Very, very good play.
Yeah, king queen.
He's a very impressive young man, this player.
I was not sure which one of you had it, but queens.
I had a queen. I had a
Worst
queen.
card, you know, because it's not fun.
David very cleverly shows the queen, as though he was betting with just the queen. We know different. I wonder if they'll find out in the break how that hand went down. One of the more interesting hands of the final table so far.
I know.
So I'm just telling for you.
7 players left vying for a
It's a very
39,000
spicy surface. In the TDM
win.
is written that it might be binding, you know. So it's depending on the guy. If you are overdoing it, it would be binding for sure. But first time, I just wanted to for you, not for your sake. I was not in hand.
Nothing bad about that.
The thing is why it's okay. He said I have to call. He didn't say I will call.
No, I have
Yeah,
to.
I know, but I mean, I'm just.
Maybe.
What I mean is an icy surface and just better to stay away for your own sake. It's not.
I didn't say I was.
Yeah, no, it's alright. No worries, no worries. It's just.
Oh, lucky we have.
Oh, sorry.
Lucky we have. It's that flop. Wow. The worst card.
It was not easy
King
to
or
scare
queen,
him.
I get all your chips.
Daniel with a raise with the king 7.
Very good flop from this way. But I think on the flop I don't get so much value.
Now will Dominic play back with the queen 9. He decides to fold. Very solid, very careful player.
Flop over good, so automatic.
Trouble is with that, it allows other players to take advantage. Sometimes have to vary your game up a bit. Peter now, pair of sixes. Certainly be raising with it. Here I am with an ace jack. How does he want to play this in the hijack? Just calls Peter. It's interesting. Disguising his hand somewhat and also just being a little more careful. So we've got a pair against two overcards going to a flop. Queen 5-4, neither player's hit. Peter will be happiest about this with only one overcard.
Good at that. Right?
Peter now with set of sixes and the ace jack getting absolutely nowhere. Is Peter gonna soft play this or bet the board? There's 2 million in the pot. He's up against a good player. Yeah, he's nicely disguised. But Ariane going nowhere, not playing ball with this one. A flush is made and a straight. So it doesn't put the sixes in that strong a position now. May have to check because he's worried about his opposition. We're going to see a value bet coming in. Probably 550, something like that. We know that any bet was going to take that down. Ariane had absolutely none of it. Peter picks up another nice pot of 2 million.
I had your hand sixes.
That's it? Well,
On the turn, but I was not sure.
probably not.
Probably not. I thought more value in.
Yeah, it's a dangerous bet on the river. You can only get a call for a flush or
Not necessarily, I would say, but
two pair maybe, but nothing else. Of course, nothing else. Not only with.
I am not trapping too much. So
Yeah, but there's a lot of cards out there, you understand? Flush, there's like something you don't want.
What? I don't have a 3, I have pocket 8, whatever is the straight, so I'm not trapping too much. But
Maybe it's my head saying like, I can only call you 2 pair, minimum. But normally it's flush or straight, but 2 pair minimum.
you can with a blocker like queen jack with the small or something.
So now with an ace 9, 30 big blinds.
Yeah, probably.
Makes the raise. Again, a bigger raise than any other player. To 600. I think David will be folding. And let's see if... oh, okay. He believes, quite rightly, a 6-7 is live. See where it goes. That's not terribly helpful flop. But he might be able to use his position to outmuscle the ace 9. It's not a big bet. Wow, gets it through. Played the player there. Very well played, David.
In Rostock as well.
And this is good enough for a 16 big blind shove. Jack 10 suited, but he's going to run into kings. Immediate call.
Yeah, I can have hands that still should 3-5.
Jack 10 suited at risk against kings. David played very, very well so far. One of our local Slovaks. And that's no good for Jack 10. Needs an awful lot of help.
Good game, Martin. Thank you. Nice comeback from 6 weeks ago. Good game.
There's our leaderboard. We've lost Martin in 7th for €5,000. And we still have 2 Hungarians, a Slovak. We have 3 Hungarians. This is a very unusual setup. Half the field Hungarians, and one of them our massive chip leader. This time, our Austrian friend Dominic has the aces. How's he going to play it? He's got 2.5 million, so he's only got 12 big blinds. Probably do a raise. He wants the action. He needs someone to play with him. King 9 may well call. Peter, a solid fold. Arian, he's not folding Jack 10. Definitely not.
I said call.
Yeah.
The wrong one.
Can he get lucky? Well, he's getting unlucky there because he's hit his 10 and he's up against aces.
Nobody's happy.
Yeah. Bad news Arian gets. So he needs to spike a Jack or a 10 to knock out Dominic. Well, Dominic will double through again. He's had a few double ups this day. Today he started off as the short stack out of 16. I think he was 14th. They've done very well to get here so far, and we could have a last minute double up. 10 or a Jack to knock him out. Queen no good. Double up. Oh, there it goes. Fist pumping. We've got fist pumping. Austrian fist pumping. Ariane still playing very, very good poker. Just has to take that one on the chin. He had to call with a Jack 10 against a raise and then hit his 10. He's going nowhere. Very unlucky. On to the next hand.
Nice timing.
I mean, I was started for, I don't know, 2 hours or something.
I was almost holding it for.
We haven't heard your voice.
Potentially slice now.
Yeah.
Ace king, ace jack, you win all of it.
Ja, knapp.
525. 3 pass. Pet pass. 6 pass.
I hope JJ is speaking about the past and not the future hands because you can hear every word. And from the stream when you hear every word. I hope he's speaking about the past hands, not the future one. Just,
Yeah. What you had before? 2 point how? 2.5? The raise four, yeah. And 5.
5 or something. I can't
Yeah.
remember.
5 million, yeah.
Pass.
Top 2 for David. 1.4 million in the pot. He's up against Arian, who's just lost a big pot. He has a gut shot. Will Arian want to continue this hand? He does. To be fair, his post-flop play has been excellent. He's now hit his queen. He's still got a gut shot. Only another queen or a 10 would be any good to him. King will get him in a lot of trouble. Still top 2. I think David has to continue betting this. Needs to be quite strong though. 8, 900, something like that. 875 and called by Arian, who's definitely got the glass half full. Not a good card. Ace Jack is still dominating this hand. Will he get called though? Possibly even raised. Arian has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but decides just to take this one on the chin. It's 2 big pots in a row. He's not going to be a happy bunny.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
It's Jack. Yeah. Nice flop.
David now in almost every hand. He's moved up the leaderboard significantly and he's raising again. We can't see his hand, but it will be a good hand. And all we're seeing is absolute rubbish all around. I don't think 9-5 is going to... And an ace queen for David, the original raiser. Even the big blind cannot call with 9-4 suited. David showing his proper hand. And he is making the biggest move so far since we've had a final table of 8 players. A couple of players at risk. David and Peter moving away from the other players at the moment. Anyone's guess whether that will remain the case. I've got a raise and a push with the King Jack. 2.5 million. And an immediate fold. So we're on to a short break now. I think a 10-minute break. As to
Okay?
Yep.
Players, please, we are waiting for you. Milión, 5 milionov, 6 milionov.
Musím bližšie tým 11, kde má větné všechny, kdo to vyhovorí.
Please, players, take your seats.
Můžem tě poprosit jedno latte, jednu flašku Lukou? Prosím.
Fresh chicken.
I'll come back after that short break. Here we can see our chip leader, Peter, still remaining with 18 million. But David Klein, local Slovakian, has moved up that leaderboard surely and steadily to 14 million. Then we've got quite a mix between 10 and 20 big blinds. Ariane, who's been the most aggressive player on the table, has dropped back a bit. And then we've got a mix. The player under threat now is Laszlo Nagy from Hungary in 6th place. Most likely to be the next player out. No one knows these things, but most likely. Good start there for Ace Jack suited. Raising it up. David on the small blind with King 6 offsuit. Don't think he's going to go too far with this. Peter thinking about this with a 9-6 suited. Wants to have a look. No reason he should be worried by Arian, who's lost a lot of pots recently, and he's hit his 9, but Arian has hit his ace. Arian Mohammed from Denmark should win this pot. I like that. Lovely little immediate check. Problem is now the club has come and the straight. So Arian has the gut shot straight, but he's not going to particularly like that Queen of Clubs. Let's see if he bets it for information. He's bet it because he feels he's disguised his ace enough to be ahead and maybe get a call. Peter's a wise owl, though. He may smell this out. He's going to know Arian is going to try every trick in the book. And takes it down. Peter smelling that one was not right.
Ja, das ist ein bisschen schwer.
David now, Jack 10 offsuit. Definite raise, but Peter with a very playable King 10 suited on the button. Definite call, may re-raise. Interesting choices, been raised in front of him. But King 10 suited with only 6 players on the table is a strong hand. And he knows it. Look at this. This is really, really good poker. Raising on the button, dominates the original raiser. It's even stronger to the small and big blind behind, whatever hand they have. Jack Ball's not going to do it. And all in with ace queen. 4.4 million push by Daniel, who's been up against it today. He's not run very well today. Looks like he's picked up a lovely pot there, adding 3 million to his stack. If Peter folds or calls and loses. Big decision for Peter now. 3.5 million. He's getting 2-1 with a King 10 suited. He may feel his king is not live with this kind of push. It's very much an ace king move. Also, queens and jacks come into it. Tens even, although he holds a 10. Not in great shape to call. He actually is 40%, but he may feel that he's not in great shape having raised and getting re-raised. He may have to swallow this one. He had 18 million. He's still got 16 million. It's 2-1 is not great odds for King 10 suited. Unfortunately, it's just this is a gut one. There's not really a mathematical. I mean, there is. He's getting 2-1 and he's 40%. So you could say that's better than 35%. But this is more a gut decision of whether you go with it or not, and that's perfectly fair. It's just now really trying to think it through. Did I make the right decision? But
Spectre Center pitch, 575. Awesome pass.
Daniel raising with the tens. King Jack shoving. He may well get called by the tens. And Laszlo is the player at risk with the King Jack. He needs to hit a king or a jack against his countryman, Daniel Lukash. Older player against a younger one. Will the tens hold? Not just hold, they'll improve. And we are losing our 6th place finisher now. And a nice pot as well of 8 million going to this young man. Well played. Lukash fought very hard, made some big raises, and he gets nearly 6,000 euros for coming 6th. So that's excellent play. Well played with the tens, realizing how powerful they are with 5-6 handed. Everyone happy with that? They all move up a place. The next prize is nearly 2,000 euros better at 7,800. So everyone's going to be happy with that.
We need the box or not?
Yeah, we need
Can we use the other box?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Może jest
It's okay. It's okay to use the other box. Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, very good. Just I was not sure.
No, I'm just saying. I will take this one.
Just one big blind, right?
Just the big one, yes.
Wait a minute, I'm very lame with this. You could experience it already. I smashed it several times, so this is not my best skill. I don't know if I have any, but this is not the best for sure.
It is okay. All good.
But sir, you still use the 6th one.
Sorry? I'm
still use the
Alright.
Just stalo położyłeś się z tym.
I can use the 4.
You can use this one.
Yeah, you are using 4, you 2, and you use the same.
Alright.
Okay. 1 minute.
Raise, 550.
Raised to 550 with a pair of fours from Peter. In the main, the shortest sacks will stay away from him. Not only his stack, but his ability as well. Now, what kind of player is David? 6-4 suited is a hand I like to see a flop with. And he is of the same mind. I like this. You know exactly where you are with this kind of hand, depending on the flop. Unfortunately, he's up against a pair of fours. But he's got the diamond draw. He may feel Peter will have an ace, but this is a big flop, really, for the 6-4. Small bet. Does David raise here or just call? If he raises, he's repping the 9 or the ace. If he calls, looks like he is sizing up a raise. This is lovely play. Very hard now for Peter to carry on with a pair of fours. He has to put David on an ace, possibly a 9. And even if he's got the flush draw, he's still up against it. How's Peter going to play this? He doesn't really want to get into a war with the second chip leader. But he's technically ahead at the moment. Not by a lot. Very little between the two hands. 52-48, something like that. Same as the Brexit vote 6 years ago. I apologise for all of Britain. And he's called. Wow, this is interesting. So he's actually put him on a flush draw, because why is he calling with the fours unless he's looking to take it away in later stage in position? David slowed down. Can't see the advantage of betting here unless he's going to represent the ace with the initial raise. And if he does bet, he needs to bet strong. 1.2, 1.3 million. Yeah, I think that's the best option. And a flush has been hit. So David's hit a flush against a low pair. How's David now going to play this? Is he going to bet the 1.2 million for value?
1.8 million.
1.3. I apologise. Got it wrong by 100,000. And now no choice but Peter to fold. So that worked out beautifully. 6-4 suited is the kind of hand that when it hits that draw or straight or two pairs can pay off against a razor. Very well played. And that's probably evened up their chip stacks. Interesting hand building up here. A6 suited, strong raise to 700, but blinds are 150, 300, so it's just over the 2.3x. King Queen very strong, five-handed. I can't see Peter folding this, but he may feel he needs to take the initiative and raise. However, if he gets shoved on, take the more conservative approach of folding. King 6 suited on the button. Reasonable to raise. Raise to 550. No one's got a hand they can call with. Well played, Peter. Could be a tricky spot here. Ace 5 suited with the gut shot and the flush draw against a pair of threes. It's not going to fold easily. You've got to favour the ace 5 suited here, I think. Yep, and even the odds 65%, 35. There's the 5, but it gives an up and down to the threes. So he's got the pair and the flush draw. But he is going to be worried about a 7 or a straight. And there's a 9. That's made another straight. This could go check, check, and the 5 take it. Another decent pot for David if he wins this. Can Arian get some kind of bet through? He's only got a pair of threes, a lot of overcards. No, he didn't try. Arian shoving with the ace queen. Very unlikely to get a call here. It's a big shove. I think David will think about it and then fold. Certainly going to have a think with the jack 10, but I would think it would be a fold. Took a while, but fold was always there.
In my hand.
Sorry?
In my hand.
Ace queen?
Mine.
That's your hand, but you're behind. I think.
Should raise bet 125. 5.5.
Nice hand, 9-8 suited to raise. 5-handed. Chances of someone having a premium hand much smaller than on a full table. Peter doesn't like giving any pot up though. Dominated with his 8-6 offsuit. May feel that both cards are live. We know they're not. But he wants to have a look. We're going to a flop with a 9-8 and an 8-6. Both have hit. 8-6 has hit bottom pair. 9-8 up and down. Both good players. Who's going to take this one? Ariane has been dominated though the last hour. Lost a lot of chips. That's now given up and down and flush draw to Ariane. If he gets a check, I could see a bet coming through. Peter's only got third pair. It's a great turn for Ariane. Betting about 6 into 1.5. Tempting bet. Peter does not like folding, but he also does respect when he feels he's behind. So he doesn't take risks. Doesn't need to, he's chip leader. But he is calling this. He feels he's ahead. Technically ahead, but I think I'd prefer Ariane's hand here. He called ahead. River is a 9. Ariane spikes a 9. And Peter, third pair, has just become no pair. And he's going to check and see the bad news. Yeah, Peter's looking a bit wistful, but Ariane had much the better of that all the way through. Peter got lucky by spiking a 6 on the flop. Well played. Finally, Dominic, our Austrian player, has a big hand. He's got queens, relatively short stacked. This time the Jack 10 calls. Didn't call before against a push with ace queen, but massively dominated by the queens. Peter folds his queen 2. Wow, Ariane comes for the ride. Who's in the big blind? So we've got 2 million in the pot already. Dominic in a great position. Still very strong with a pair of nines on board. Got to fancy his over pair. He's going to bet it. That's 25% of the pot. And probably going to get two folds. Oh, no. Arian fancies outplaying him. He raises to 1.3 million. Dominic will shove here. There is no way he's folding this. The only hand he's losing to is a 9. And he's relatively short stacked. He can't afford to. He's going to do a bit of Hollywood on counting up his stack. But there is no doubt he will shove. Oh, wow. Okay. Just called. That's amazing. I guess he feels he's so strong he doesn't want to scare off Arian, who is drawing dead. Yeah, Arian tried it. And an immediate call. Lovely double up there for Dominic. Played that very well. Took a really nice line and induced the push by Arian, who he has recognised as the most aggressive player on the table. Big pot there. And he moves into a position. Bit of whooping by his friend and coach, who I spoke to earlier, who's some kind of American-Austrian guy who's listening to this. So a bit of whooping going on in the room. Not that many friends of the players in the room. 5 players left, playing for 39,000 odd euros.
No outs. You blocked my jack answer.
Well, I couldn't ask for more, to be honest, yeah.
Good, all good.
Peter with an interesting hand to raise with Queen Jack suited. Small raise to 550. How does he do that with the blinds 300? Okay, I think the blinds have just gone up. We're still on the previous ones. He's hit top pair. Daniel checking his options so that Peter can bet again, I guess. But they've both checked. Playing this very, very carefully. Oh dear, not a good card for Peter. Daniel's hit queen and 10, although there is a flush there, so he may not want to bet too much, 400, but Peter's hit his queen on the end. Probably going to pay him off, and a nice 2.8 million pot will go Daniel's way. Peter measured up a raise there and put it in, but he's not going to know that Daniel is as strong because he slow played his 10 in the first place. Snap call, and Peter loses a much bigger pot than he needed to. Although he got unlucky with Queen Jack against Queen 10, that was an unnecessary raise. There are a lot of hands that beat top pair with a Jack kicker. So I think just a misstep there for Peter. Daniel very happily picks up an even bigger pot.
Han er ikke så han er dame. Skulle bare have ventet det dårligt så godt. Det er alt for aggressivt. Jeg er ikke ude.
Small blind, big blind action, no raise. Queen 5 suited against King 6 offsuit. Neither player has hit. King is playing at the moment. I'm not sure Dominic's going to be putting too much into this. Let's see how David wants to play it. Carefully by the look of it. So this Queen though, David, certainly won't be checking this one. Oh, it's Dominic reaching for chips. Could get in a bit of trouble here. Excuse me. Small bet though. Does Dominic just want to call and disguise the Queen? Or is he worried about the 2 diamonds? He's going to raise, yeah. I think that's a sensible option. And Dominic will have to fold. And does so. Well done, David. Another stack going towards the Slovakian player. Peter now with a pair of fives. He's lost the chip lead as David has gradually moved up the ladder. Ariane deciding against calling with Jack 10. Now short stacked. And David 8-3 will fold. Ariane, Queen 10 offsuit, makes the raise. King 5 offsuit folds, David. And now on to Peter, who's lost 7 million since we started this final table. Looks like he was shoving there. The King 8, very nice. And we have a new dealer.
King Jack.
King Jack. Yeah, good to open, not good to call.
I probably had the ace, but maybe the pocket was small.
Yummy, yummy. I cannot even double.
I had a very bad hand this time. You never know.
Well, this is my favorite combo, 19.
Normally behind it.
Pair of sixes for Dominic. He's up to 6.4 million with that recent double up. Raised to 650. David declines. And Peters folds his ace 3. Is Ariane going to get cute with his 5-4? He is not. And nor is Daniel. So nice little pot there for Dominic. A very pretty ace-king offsuit for Daniel. Raising in the small blind. Unfortunately for him, Dominic hasn't got much to defend with. Probably will fold the 7-4. He hasn't played too many hands in a risky way. Well, may feel whatever he's got up against, he's going to be live, which he is. I hope he doesn't re-raise. He's going to lose chips that way. I think he's looking to re-raise. Wants to play some tough poker. Daniel's very interested. Immediate all in. No mucking about. Well, it was a good attempt, Dominic. Gave it an attempt. Looking at his coach now. Looking at his friend in a slightly dazed manner. At least he tried something. No argument there, but was up against too big a hand. Heads up. Daniel raising with a 9-5 suited. And David calling with ace-3. Neither player's hit. This could well go to the original raiser if he follows through, which I'm sure he will. Not afraid to put chips in. Got a nice confident look about him. Ace-3 will fold. Yep. Well played. Daniel raising in the cutoff with Queen Jack. But David has a lovely King Queen suited and is underrepresenting it with 5-handed. Peter should fold the King 3 offsuit. Not going to get anywhere. So a very dominated Queen Jack. This could be trouble for Daniel, who's built his stack back up. Wow, not really. He's got the Jack of Diamonds. He's got a gut shot and a flush draw. Third nut flush draw. He's not going to be afraid of anything. So, will David want to call with a King Queen? No diamonds. Doesn't like it. He's erring on the fold and folds. Lovely flop there for Daniel, really, considering he was dominated pre-flop. Peter calling with the small blind with 7-6 offsuit against the Queen 3. Queen has hit. 2 clubs though. Might be a bit careful here. Problem is he only got 3.4 million. There's nearly $1 million in the pot already. So any bet here. Yeah, I was going to say we'll get raised, full raise. And if Peter's got a king, unlucky. So you look at that one. Well played, our Danish friend. Two players to the flop. Jack 8 against 8-6. Got shot for the 8-6 of David. Arian ahead with his Jack. Betting for information and taking it through. So he's fighting hard with the shorter stack. He certainly knows his post-flop play has been excellent. Run into a couple of big hands and lost some big pots, but doesn't diminish his play in any way. Been very much the most interesting player to watch in this tournament. David has played pretty well. Some nice double ups from Dominic in our final seat. And David Klein from Slovakia on the left, our chip leader now, has moved up and up and up in a lovely parabola, taking chips off our previous chip leader, Peter Kamaras from Hungary, who's now looking at his cards. 7-6 suited. He's going to like that. I think we'll see a raise here. Peter now under the gun with Queen 10 offsuit, decides not to play it. Arian with a King 6 again, not playing. 8-6 on the button. I think we'll see a raise here from Daniel. We certainly do. Now got 14 million. A nice suited connector. Dominic folding his king 7 on the small blind, and I think David will fold his queen 2 offsuit. So a nice little pot there for David if it gets through. Sorry, for Daniel. Yep, Daniel Lukash coming back. Was second when we started this final day with 7 million, and he's now coming back into the game, courtesy of that double up earlier on. And he took a big pot off Peter with Queen 10 against Queen Jack, where Peter actually raised him on the end. That was a bit of a misstep by Peter. Otherwise, he's played a very solid game. Not had too many battles since we've been five-handed. Only really the Queen 10 and Queen Jack. David raising with the 7-6. This is a nice hand, five-handed to play. Queen 8 suited. Well, Peter recognised that, but he re-raised with it. Already on the small blind, got chips in. Yeah. Oh, will he fold it? But nice little pick up there with the worst hand by far. Often poker not about the hand you have, but the hand you play. Peter now with an ace on the button. Can't waste these kind of hands. He'll be raising, or he should be. He's folded quite a few small aces. Doesn't like them. No, okay. Done it again. Just does not like those small aces. Arian calling with Queen Jack. Are we going to see a raise? We are. Another 500 on top by the look of it. 800. Arian underrepresenting his hand with the flat call. Daniel picked up on that and now must rethink. Wow, the absolute nuts for Arian. And he's going to let Daniel bet. I love this. This is good play.
700.
Will Arian pick up a big double up? Just going to call. That's nice. Checks blind. Not a great card for the straight, but he will still go with it. And he feels the right time to raise all in is now. 2.9 million to call. I don't think Daniel can call with a gut shot. A wry smile. Daniel drawing almost dead. Drawing to a split. And that was pretty bad. Nice hand there for Arian.
Ajajaj, announced.
Ace King against Ace 5. Dominic could be very lucky here. He's hit his 5. Still holding. Unlucky for Daniel with the Ace King there. He's going to lose half of his stack. There we go. Joy in the room, but pretty lucky way of doubling up.
He survives every time. It's great.
Registrácia do turnaja bola ukončená, po breaku budeme pokračovať 13. levelom, small blind 2000, big blind 5000, big blind 5000 a dealer môžete rozdávať. Leverage has been closed and after the break we'll continue with level number 13, small blind 2000, big blind 5000, big blind 5000.
Nice little pick up there for David. Now our chip leader. 5 left.
Ha dobtál, akkor ez jobb.
Very little action now since we've been down to 5 players. Very slow, considered play, but we need a clash of 2 big hands. And here's one big hand, the Ace King. So big raise to 1.1 million. And Ariane could be in trouble here. Called with the Ace 10. Unless he hits a 10. He does not. Neither player's hit though. This could go to whoever plays it best. Ariane does like to bet out. How will David play his Ace King back? Just a call. Not giving up yet. And that gives a flush draw to the Ace 10. It's a lovely shove there. Maximum pressure. And as David has hit none of this at all, very, very hard for him to call, even though technically he's ahead. Not massive ahead, but 70-30. But he is ahead. Arian needs to hit either a 10 or a spade. That's it. Very tricky spot though to know he's ahead. Very tricky. No, you hear.
Thank you.
David with another premium ace queen after his ace king. Oh, could come up against Peter's king jack suited. The only question here is whether he re-raises or calls. He's on the button. Doesn't need to re-raise. Could certainly see a flop with this hand. But may feel he needs to re-raise to assert some dominance on the table that he once had. Not sure I mind what he does as long as he does it within the next 5 minutes. It's already very slow, this final attempt. Wow, that's a shock. It really is a shock. And Ariane's got ace queen as well. The king jack's really live. King jack against two ace queens is a lot stronger than against one. I think we've had a re-raise ace queen all in. Problem here is that would king jack be able to sustain that raise?
Just go.
Two big hands. Peter does not want to see a king or a jack come in unless it's accompanied by a 10, in which case he would have lost. But two ace queens. And he had king jack of diamonds, don't forget. So there's two diamonds on board. Gut shot for the ace. And Peter would have lost, so did well to get out of that.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, but it's great. He moves. We raised me with his queen in this position. That's great.
Here we can see Arian's VPIP, his aggression rating, and obviously a lot higher than anyone else. He certainly played the most poker on the table. Dominic, the least aggressive player on the table. And he's doubled up at key points, but played very few hands. So those figures absolutely in line with how the players have played.
Dvojka raise 700. 746.
One 950.
4 raise 1,950,000.
Peter making a move with the king six offsuit. Trying to get back into the game as the table captain. It's a very brave raise with all the players behind him. 4 players behind him, which makes the raise even stronger. Capable of a lot more than solid poker, this man. Do not be fooled by the Father Christmas impression looky-likey. However, David is not going anywhere with his Queen 10. He's saying that's a good enough hand to call a raise. Let's see where it goes. Well, that doesn't help a Queen 10. He's almost certainly going to put Peter on a ace, especially if he bets this pot. He's repped a big hand, so I would think he needs to bet just over $1 million, I think. Minute bet. Yeah. It's only going one way there. Well done, Peter. Great re-raise and follow-up play.
No, not 7? No, okay. Doesn't matter.
7 plus. Osiem plus. Dwa koła. 5 for 25 plus.
King 6 suited was called by Queen 5 from David. And he said his Queen, second pair. No diamond draw for Arian at the moment, but he will follow through his bet. And David, he'd probably be quite annoyed to see a call, because I can't think that David's going to fold second pair.
Let's go again.
Not heads up, with only 5 players starting the hand. Wow, he does fold. I'm not sure why you call with Queen 5, then hit a Queen, and then fold. Either just fold pre-flop. Okay.
Dwa rates. 850. 850. Heads up.
The players hit. So David following through with his ace queen. Peter has woken up in the last half hour and has been making some strong plays. Let's see if he can get some kind of raise through. Very connected board. Other option, of course, is to fold. No, he has decided on a raise. He's just made a decision, I think, to come to the party to play some tough poker, see how it goes. That's a lovely 3x bet. What's David going to do with his ace queen? He's got no backdoor flush. And I think he will probably put Peter on some kind of 10. So folds there. Well done, Peter.
Awesome race. 700. Два паса.
Dominic raised to King Queen. He's not raised much, so he will get respect from Peter, who so far has folded most of his small aces. This is a suited one, though. But he has resisted playing these small aces so far. But his mood has changed a bit recently, and he's come back to 15 million. No, he still resists. Just doesn't like the small aces. Dominic takes down a small pot, but a welcome one.
Awesome pass. Двойка, ног. 4 пас.
Aaron in the small blind raising with the Queen 8 and getting shoved right back with the Ace King. Getting asked why. Why so much? Yeah, that's why, because he wants you to fold. Nothing wrong with that. Heads up, Ace King, bang, get it in. Very pretty 8-9 suited for Peter. We'll raise here.
4 raise. 650.
Small raise to 650.
His raise. 1,700,000.
Ariane getting a bit bored, I think. Re-raising with 5-3 offsuit, putting pressure on Peter, making him think that his 9-8 is behind. It's a nice strong bet. Just making moves now, Ariane. Will Peter recognise this? He's folded a few times to a 3 or 4 bet. I think there are some on the table that feel they can exploit what they see as his weakness. That when he raises and gets re-raised, he's often folded. In fact, probably 8-9 times out of 10. Tricky spot. A 9-8 suited. What are you going to do, Peter? Certainly going to think it through. Oh, show the bluff, Arian. Show the bluff. Good for the game. No, he's going to keep stum on that one.
5 something.
All the other guys can see it later.
That was very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah, very, very bad. Of course.
I was being honest. It was very, very bad. This time, Dominic waking up with a premium hand in Queens. David with a very playable Jack-9 suited. While he's up against a big raise. In ordinary circumstances, this could be a raising hand, but he's decided to call. It's in bad shape at the moment. What kind of flop are we going to see that might give him some hope? That's not it. Dominic is covered, but if this pot gets up to 4 or 5 million, then it will be the other way around. Nice considered bet of 1 million. Sorry, 800k, just under. David does not want to fold yet. He's got kind of backdoor wrap, and he's now up and down with the Jack-9. Dominic checking. How's David going to play his Jack-9? Is he going to get a free card? Or is he going to bet it? He's going to bet it. Now it's a big decision for Dominic how he plays this. Is he going to shove here and make it really difficult for David to call? Or is he just going to trust the poker gods and flat call and hope that his queens hold up, or somewhere in between. Looks like he's just going to flat call. There we go to the river. Not a good card for Jack 9. Only way of winning this, as an estimate there, is by bluffing. And Queens picks up a lovely pot there.
Which deck? Which deck is that? Well, I have seen them yesterday, so I'm not complaining.
Nice. Thank you.
Also ich konnte natürlich aber. Ja.
Looks like 7 million total profit. Okay, 6 something. Thank you. 6.5. 6.5. That's 6.4. Well, doesn't matter. I mean, just roughly, yeah.
Lovely bet there by Peter. Again, choosing to play the player and not the cards. Very good poker. Peter now with the best hand in poker. He's up against Dominic suited ace. So this could be an action flop. Taking his time as usual. Does he want to make the kind of bet that induces a raise back? Maybe too strong, too big a bet. 2.5, 2.3 million. It's a very strong re-raise. And that may tell Dominic His ace-5 is absolutely no good. He is dominated. I think that's probably just strategically too high a bid. Yeah.
It's not huge out of position.
I think you want the action there. You want the call or the raise even to induce the raise to get it in. You don't want to be putting people off with those premium hands. I think Peter's just missed a trick there.
You already have over 10, no? 11 million, 12 million, something like that. You have 40 bigs. You had.
Yeah, around 11.
Yeah, so you had 40 bigs basically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no, I was asking and stating numbers, no coaching.
All true.
I need coaching actually. Can you do it online in the meantime?
The coach. I'm watching you guys.
2 race. 1,125,000. Millions to go to
This time it's David with the premium hand, pair of tens,
That's what I
and
do.
everyone else folds.
The funny way, with pleasure, like, yeah.
starting.
Thank you. There's one more. Two more. Oh, thank you. You're not supposed to do that. I can do that. But thank you. Thanks. Sorry, guys. I'm really. No problem. Maybe I'm too nervous. No, you're okay. You're playing good.
That's taken away from David's ace-king suited. Coming under the radar with a premium hand and a raise.
There's lots of patience.
What Peter did there. Knocked all his chips over by the look of it.
4 pass.
Folds an 8-6 suited. Arian with an ace may come back here.
7 pass.
David's lost a lot of chips in the last hour or two. He did have 18 million. He's now down to 7 million.
Heads up.
No. Ariane did call with the ace-6. And he's hit his 6. He could lose our next player if David overplays this.
Chess. All in.
Wow. All in bet. Trouble is, the ace-king has only got backdoor hearts and overcards, and one of those overcards could well be in Arian's hand, which indeed it is. So, tough spot, but has to fold. Could have got in there first by not checking, though. That would have been a different line to play. And he may have been committed. Here's our aggression frequency, so still way on top. I'm not surprised at all. But David and Peter, second and third, and Dominic still our least aggressive player. Peter with another premium hand, wasted his aces a little bit earlier. Could have got more value from them. How's he going to play the queens? Slowly is one answer. Every decision taking a long time. Has he just flat called? No, it's a raise to 650. Everyone's folding. David with a 9-6 that's called. He's hit a 9 and he's hit a 6. And Peter has the overpair with the flush draw. David is going to like this flop a lot. And he's only got 5 million. There's 2 million in the pot. Peter may need to feel he's got to bet about $1 million to protect. And he's hit 3 queens. Wow. This pot could be a lot bigger. The 3 queens only losing to a straight and a made flush, but he's got a redraw for a big flush and the house. So how does he want to play it? Very interesting. I'd like to see a raise to about 2 million here, putting maximum pressure on David, who then will have to shove or fold. Very hard for him to call there. Set of queens still winning. How's Peter going to get value out of this? There are clubs there, there's straights there. It's not the easiest board to actually work out that the top set is winning, but he's making a small bet. And David's going to get the bad news. That is 2 pairs on the flop were counterfeited. But he was behind the whole way, and you could argue he got very lucky with the 2 pairs.
Why would I lose game? I keep myself open.
You can do the poker.
I can
But you
raise
have 2
him.
pairs, you don't know.
If he tells me he has 2 pair, I'm raising,
Of course.
obviously. But I have even the club
I know.
the king of clubs. So
Of course,
what am I afraid of?
I understand.
Don't want to get his ups.
But it's not the best card.
It was probably the worst card, yeah. But it's okay.
Yeah, you win it.
I haven't lost. I mean, he has like 8-9. I have lost, you know.
Yeah.
So it's
You're right.
kind of happy.
Of course, I understand.
Just pass. Stadium raise. 700.
Very pretty king, queen suited. Daniel raising up there. And so far, no one has anything except Peter has an ace king. Trying to get a look at his chip stack. He's back up to 19 million and chip leader again. And he's just shoving. How will Daniel play the king, queen suited? It's a very strong hand, 5-handed. We're about to find out. He may well fold this. It's a big all-in call with a king high. It's not like having a big pair. It's not like having ace king, ace queen. Yeah, I think that's the right fold. Peter came over the top there. Big styly. And Daniel had no choice but to fold. You're going to see a raise here with the Queen Jack suited in the small blind. See if Daniel's picked up any kind of hand in the big blind to fight back. He's playing it tricky. It's just called. So Queen Jack dominating the 10-8, but the 8's hit. Quite surprised he didn't raise there with the Queen Jack 5-handed, and he's allowed his opposition to hit his 8 top pair
That wasn't
with the backdoor flush.
strong play on my side. I must say. Okay, you win. Don't continue. I had a monster. I wanted to replace it.
Very strong play on my side. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, well,
I think he either is being sarcastic or
it's not a good flop.
I don't understand. One of the two.
You can't win them all. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, I'm not greedy. Sorry? I'm not greedy. No. Sometimes I am. We all are sometimes. Yeah. Probably the worst flop for you is one. Yeah. You have nothing. Even if you call a hand jack, you don't know if you. Exactly. You know, I should have raised 3, but it's not bad, you know. Yeah, it's okay.
Arian calling there with the Queen 5. He said a flush draw and a pair against a gut shot 4-7. 2 pairs now. Needs to be betting this and hope that. Oh wow! He's let Daniel bluff into it. Looks like a raise. That's an all-in. 2 pairs and a flush draw. Poor old Daniel. He's not going to call, is he? No. But he's in a lot of trouble.
And actually, we have like 20, 30 cases in Hungary right now, which is very rare, very rare. It's somewhere in the countryside. I just read it, but I was not in the countryside recently, so I'm not supposed to have it. And actually, I had my lungs checked, so.
No, don't you worry.
But I mean, you never know.
But do they know where it was imported from?
No, they are trying to make the checks, but there are annually like 300 cases in Hungary, so for 10 million, so it's not.
Down to the small and big blind. David with relatively short stack now.
You get bored.
Just folds. Oh, and Dominic had jacks in the big blind. He'd have got in a lot of trouble if he had raised or called there. So good instincts, survival instincts.
I have been coughing for 4 weeks now. Sure. 25? Yeah, just once. Okay, you have it.
All in with Daniel's ace-9 offsuit. David may well call here with King 10. Yep, he has. And I think it's a fair call with a short stack. So we could see our 5th place finisher if the ace-9 holds, or we will see a nice double up for David, and then Daniel will be in trouble. Let's see what happens. David's gone down and down since he had that very good early run. Up to 18 million at one point. The 9 has hit. There are 3 spades. Daniel in fantastic position here. Danny going to lose to a 10. Oh, King 10 made the straight. So now, I hadn't finished my sentence. And now, only a spade for Daniel. Otherwise, we'll see a big double up. Wow, what a hand. Hit his straight on the turn. Was in a bad shape until that magic gut shot queen came in. And now Daniel in serious trouble, and he could be our 4th place finisher anytime soon.
You were big fan before, right? Yeah, you were a big fan. Now he was a big fan. Yeah, correct. Okay, let me have a look. 9, 10, 8. Boom, boom, boom. 6 million.
And we don't need the papers anymore, so I will just go.
Okay.
Very good.
Вам щастя на цілий вечір. Добре. А, не, без ушки.
Można.
Okay, guys, I wish you the best of luck. 2, 4, 4, and 11.
Thank you.
Šest rejs, 1 milion. 7 olim. 8 pas. 2 pas.
Welcome back, everyone. All in. Very short stack, but with dominating the king queen against the queen at 10.
How much? 600?
No one's done anything wrong here. The king playing is only a 10 for survival. I mean, only a 10 to knock out Daniel. So Daniel survives, but he only has 6 big blinds.
Now, perhaps I need to look
And we see Dominic as our biggest riser, up to third place, playing very solid poker and doubling up on most of the hands he plays. David Klein has dropped down from first to fourth. Peter back on top, followed by probably the best player on the table in second.
It's 1.7?
No, 2.2.
2.2. I call. You don't see again? Oh. Ja, jeg er 7, han har 3 kongen.
So Daniel already committed there with the king 3, ace 7 ahead at the moment. 75-25. Still ahead. Still a king or 3 to hit though. Hasn't changed the odds that much. And we could see our 5th place finisher. Will it be Daniel Lukács of Hungary? It will. Well played. Fought well. Fist pumps all round. And 5th place finisher there will pick up 7,840 for his 3 days play here in Bratislava.
I wanted 850, then I realized there are no more 25s. If we go for now. Yummy, yummy.
What do you have?
Only one which I've seen, but I mean, that's already a treasure.
I had a decent hand, but I wouldn't wait with 10 queen again.
I could have raised with that, because I had that.
Yeah, but
Hinted off.
you know, before is sometimes not.
Yeah, sure, nothing wrong with that. Total is 13 or 15? 15. more, little bit more. Okay. It's not good look for the cameras.
Peter on the small blind with 9-8 offsuit. Makes up the blind. 19 million playing 16 million. Both got very healthy stacks. The other two a lot shorter. Peter made the first move, but chooses to check. And check, check. And the more aggressive player, Arian. If Peter checks again, I think Arian will make a bet. Peter knows that, so he's making the first move. Half the pot. Wow, Arian going nowhere. Feels his queen may be good here. Let's see if Peter has another stab. Arian clearly saying, you can't bully me up, my friend. Nice call, and takes down a decent pot. And is probably equal on chip lead now. With Dominic from Austria on seat 6th, 3rd. And David at the fairway behind him 4th, despite winning a recent pot. 4 players left and not a lot of movement. Push here, all in with 5.8 million. It's actually a lot more than I thought he had. Very tricky to call, even though Peter had the same hand and the others had potentially a better hand. So picks up a nice million there, adds 20% to his stack with very little danger. Another pick up there with the mid ace from David. Obviously, ace 7, ace 8, a lot stronger four-handed. And he recognised that and made the move.
Han er meget sjov om kommentatoren der, hvis du lægger mærke til det. Han er meget sød.
Turnaj má najvyššie blindy 8015, 1000 big
He's
blind.
a nice guy, the commentator.
Yeah, I like him.
16,000.
It's very liveful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I like people who's like,
Just would be nicer to be isolated, soundproof. Yeah, we just for everybody's better.
yeah, you're right.
Half an hour delay or what's the delay?
Yeah, half an hour.
Time is flying.
Good raising hand with four-handed. 900k with the king 9 suited. Button folds. Small blind folds. Has the big blind. Got much to... Well, he's got a 5-6. Want to have a look at a flop? Which he's massacred, and so has Dominic. This could be a really interesting hand. Up and down with a pair against up and down, a bigger up and down with a flush draw. This is it's all in now. Dominic in a really tricky situation. He's got 7 million behind, and this is tough. Great spot for great spot for Arian, and a really tricky decision. Dominic has shied away from these kind of calls throughout the day. Doesn't like putting his chips at risk. He likes to be the one to make the raise, but he really has. It's actually favourite, 60-40 favourite. Any club, any 9, any 10, any 5, any king. I think in this situation, I don't know how you can fold. Even if the wow, so we're going to see potentially a big winner here.
Oh, yeah.
He has the flush draw and
Okay. Okay, the 9 doesn't matter.
This is a big hand. Yeah, you can't hit the 9. Massive pot, 8 million, 18 million in total. There's the 10, and that has probably done it unless a 9 hits. If a 9 hits, it's going to be a split pot. He hasn't factored that in. And there's a 9, a split pot. Oh my goodness. Wow. That wasn't factored in. I saw it because I just had a horrible feeling. That was pretty unlucky there for Dominic. Made a great call, hit his hand, and then had to share it. I think young Arian from Denmark may feel a bit blessed with that one. Great hand. A bit of fist pumping, which is more than fair.
during that chop.
Even the
For
5,
an offsuit.
even the 5 was better because like a full house, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Even the 5 was better.
Yeah, then you have 4 outs instead of
Yes,
3
yes,
for
yes.
this. And you 4 outs to the win instead of 3 outs to the chop.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but anyway.
Nice. You had the flush draw with it. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I understand that. If you don't have flush draw, it's
So you cannot can't be lucky.
yeah, but if you don't have the flush draw, it's difficult for that.
Then it's not a card, yeah.
Yeah,
900.
yeah, you're right.
Så kan vi spela ett 46.
You're right.
Cheska fast.
This time Dominic with the ace king is going to click this back against Peter's raise. It's an all-in click, 8.7 million, half of Peter's stack. Have to take this one on the chin. He's not going to call with the Queen 6 suited. And nice pot there for Dominic.
The 9 comes better first. Yes. Why does the 10 come first? The 9 comes, I have straight.
It's the kind of hand that Peter often raises with, but he just got burnt, so he's folded the 9-6. Raise on the button with 10-9. Well, David want to see a flop with Jack-8. He certainly will. Each got each other's cards. So a gut shot for the Jack-8. Top pair for the 10-9. And he's just pushing maximum pressure. Wants no draws to be in position to win. Nice play. Peter with an ace-8 in the ace-4 in the small blind. Just calling. And a raise with the king-queen. He's not going to check that down. How's Peter going to play his ace? He's going to come back four-handed. Any ace pretty strong. He is coming back at him. I like this. There's a full bet coming in. And the king-queen folds. Peter will probably show an ace. Maybe not at all.
Very good. And second, I don't get always 8-9 offsuit. So. Yeah, he's favorite. Yeah. But still, you can go both ways. Because I have a block of 5 and the 9 I can use. No flush draw. 1.2.
Poprosím druhého hráča, aby opäť zaujali svoje miesta, o 2 minúty budeme pokračovať. Listed on the player of 10 years will continue about 2 minutes.
Raise on the button with a decent ace. Is he going to get any action? Certainly is. It's going to be a push with ace queen and then a tricky spot. Tricky spot for the ace 10 this. Four-handed. I think he's called. Yeah. I mean, it's hard when he's already raised to 1.2. Getting even odds for his call. But he's dominated by the ace queen. Can he get lucky and hit a 10? He's had a fair amount of luck already this tournament. Gut shot to the queen.
King, jack, 6.
David does not want to see a queen. Trouble is, he's not got the 10 anymore. Only a queen. Otherwise, David will double up. Oh, double up for David. And bit of a dent there for Arian from Denmark. David needed that double up, sorely did. Good timing for him to be raised with when he has ace queen. So there we see Peter still in the lead. Arian just dropped a bit there, down to 13 million. And David's doubled up to 11 million. And the blinds are so big now that we're going to see some real ebb and flows. Dominic very calm and collected in fourth, but still with a good amount of big blinds, 22 big blinds. So all playable stacks. Queen still leading this. David up and down with a 7-6. Not been a lot of action though since the flop came down. Now the Queen still leading. The only way David can win this is by betting. I'm sure he'll know that. He's missed his draw. Can he bet Peter off a bit? No. Peter bets he's got the check raise opportunity, but I don't think Peter will bet. There's not a lot of upsides to betting with a Queen high. Yep, Peter reasoned that out well.
And you beat St. Jack as well. Yeah. So that's why I called it. That's a good call, I must say. That's all the combos. Yeah. But of course, okay.
On to our next hand. Not a lot moving here. Still four-handed. Everyone with playable stacks. Dominic now with a raising hand. Ace 10. Pretty good hand. Four-handed. I saw an ace 10 get in trouble with the ace queen earlier, but doesn't mean you should stop playing it. Might have a look here with the king at 10-8 suited. I certainly would. Going to a flop. Neither player's hit, but and both with gut shot draws, but the jack would give Dominic the tick as he has the higher cards. Neither player seeing value in betting though. So the ace will hold out. Yeah, didn't expect to win that one, but also didn't want to bet it. There's our situation. 3 very close with Peter on top.
Nearly 10.
Raise on the button with the Queen Jack by the chip leader. Dominic with Queen 10 may want to have a look. We had the situation earlier with the Queen 10 against the Queen Jack, and the Queen 10 was the hand that doubled up. Hit a 10, then a Queen on the end. And Peter, it was the same hand actually with the Queen Jack. I've got a feeling it might have been Dominic with the Queen 10. So we are in Deja Vu City here. Let's see if the same thing happens. 10 on the flop? No. Okay. So we're not too bad here. Peter in position on the button. Made the initial raise. Still in the lead with the Queen Jack playing. All these players playing very, very carefully.
Not much to fight for.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe you split. You can split as well.
Yeah, yeah, but
You don't lose, yeah, yeah, yeah. Possibly you will.
yeah.
Big chance you win.
Another Queen Jack for Peter. And getting a few of these. Men raised to 800. Flat call on the button with a King Jack this time. Certainly could have raised with it, so he's comfortable with the hand and in position. Dominic, a suited 8 Jack, also wants to come along for the ride. They've all got a Jack. 5-3, all in, surely.
Okay, it's not a big family.
Certainly live. So
The
4 players
third
to the
family
pot.
ever.
First family pot, as Peter pointed out. Now, any Jacks about? King Jack winning at the moment. 5-3 will be out of it. Jack 8 will be out of it. Peter has the gut shot. What will depend how Arian wants to play his second pair. Peter did the initial raise though, so he's following through. Well, Arian believe he has an ace. Gonna raise and find out. And the other two will definitely fold. And I think Peter will have to fold when it comes back round. He knows Queen Jack's not winning. All he has is a gut shot and backdoor spades. So just buying Hollywood time here so people think he has to make a difficult decision. I think this slows the game up enormously. I think sometimes if you know you're going to fold like he does, unless he's contemplating a move
Those are 20s.
to represent the ace, he's certainly capable of it.
No, it's 20s. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
But he's already put 3.4 million in, with only 6.9 behind. So I think once Iron has made this move, it's very hard to fold Arian. Whatever Peter does, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a fold. Anytime today. Probably tomorrow already. Come on, Peter. If every decision is going to take 10 minutes, when I think it's a fairly clear decision, we really are going to be here all night tonight and all day tomorrow. That's a bit ridiculous. Ah, yeah.
Sorry?
1
1
million?
million.
Yes.
Yes. 6 raise 1 million. 8 pass.
Small pair this time. Up against King 5, King 5. Peter probably will fold his 8-7 a little quicker than he did his Queen Jack last time.
Pass. Два raise 900.
Queen 10 with David raising to 900. Peter will not be able to call. Does the big blind have any kind of hand? Well, he has an interesting hand, full 3 suited. He will want to see a flop with that. He's already got 400 in, it's costing him 500. Let's see if he can get lucky. That's pretty good for a 3-4 suited. He's got the gut shot and the flush draw. David is going to bet, and I think we'll see a push here. We are going to see an all-in push. He's going to slow play this. Is he that confident he's going to hit? Oh, he wants another bet before he pushes. Gut shot now for David. This time, Ariane taking the lead. Pot's building nicely. 6.5 million in the pot now. And he's hit his flush. Is he going to bet it or check it? Big bet. Can only get called by a better hand, so it's a strange bet that. I think a shove on the turn may possibly have got a call, but either way, they're not going to get any money out of someone with a worse hand. Ace 2 folding. Peter there with a much stronger ace on the button. We'll look to raise this.
800.
Keeping the same pattern going. Dominic see a flop? No, he won't. Won't waste his time.
Ja.
Just raised 1.2 million. Awesome pass.
Sort of pick up there with the ace jack.
Just raised 900. Awesome pass. What pass?
Ace two, playing ace two. So sort the men out from the boys. They've both hit their ace. They will not know that they have the same hand. Gut shot and an ace for both players.
900.
Well, at least the decision didn't take 3 hours. Both with the same hand, still no change at all. Aces and fours with a 7 kicker. Neither are going to feel that comfortable, but any bet will be called.
Yeah, not this one.
It was check, check. Same hand.
Oh my god. His name is JJ, right? JJ?
I don't know.
I think JJ. For some reason.
Maybe just a nickname.
Yeah, I mean, James Jones.
Or maybe.
Yeah, just,
It is a nickname for him, yes.
Awesome pass. 2 raise, all in. 4 pass. All in call. Just call.
No blocker.
All in on a call,
Yes, stable, comfortable.
but big domination with the ace queen against the king jack. And we could see our fourth place finisher here, David, who rose to the top of the pile earlier on, then gradually moved down.
Oh, have luck.
King, though,
Check, yes.
any heart will knock him out, and
Someone
also
told me,
any
yeah.
jack. So, although he is winning on the flop, Still any heart, any jack, or we see a double up for David again. King is still winning. And an ace takes it. Any heart, any jack, or any ace, of course. So we lose our fourth place finisher, David, who's fought a great battle. Local Slovakian. And well played him. We are down to 3.
Yeah, Barry Disney wrote this stupid book with the ace on the river. Sometimes it's right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you were probably a bigger favorite on the flop than on the pre-flop. Yeah. You played like roughly a 60-40. Yeah, well, more or less the same. More or less the same, yeah.
Yeah, because you have one hard spot, yeah.
Yeah.
But the turn I didn't like.
Yeah, on the third is terrible.
Nice, congrats.
300. Okay, I was waiting for someone, but it's me.
survivors.
Yeah. What's the result? The inventory?
2, 4, 50, 650.
6.5 million. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Sirius.
1.2.
6 raise 1.2 million. 8 pass. König gick någon där.
I'm not calling it raise. Inject units.
König hade sagt.
No, yeah, no. What is king something?
Det är hög han är. King la vad sig se. Big blind.
Mm.
Arian now with 25 million. Dominic, the player at risk with 10-8. And he has 6.5 million. 15 big blinds. Peter, second place now with 18 million. Dominic has hit his 8. He's now hit his 8-10 against the Queen. Now we need to see a bet. Will Peter be betting his Queen, thinking he's fairly safe? Thing is, Peter should know that Dominic really hasn't got out of line this whole day. So for him to make a bet here will mean he has at least 2 pairs. And his Queen may well be in bad shape. He should know that. He's still calling. That's made clubs, straights, all sorts. Not a great card for Dominic to get value from. May elect to check call or put a small bet of about $1 million, might be 1.2. No, decides to shove. Not affected by that final card. And Peter will probably fold his Queen. Too many hands have hit. And he's been betting all the way. Now this hand deserves some thinking. time. He does need to think it through. The other hand with the Queen Jack gut shot draw. Yeah, definitely not.
Sharp. Even.
Poprosím turnajových hráčov, aby opäť zaujali svoje miesta, o 2 minúty budeme pokračovať. These tournament players take your seat, will continue about 2 minutes.
And all that thinking was poorly thought out. So many hands made it on the river, let alone when he bet before. So not a great call by Peter. Not sure where the thinking went, but a big double up for Dominic puts him right back in it. Wow. There we saw the difference that hand has made. But Dominic right back up there. He now in second place with 14 million. Most big hands he's played, he has managed to double up, but then plays far less hands than the others and loses chips as we go along. But here he's got a pair of sixes. Peter with a suited ace. King 7 against sixes. Not a good board for sixes. Not many boards will be. He's going to follow through. And the king will fold. Another pot to Dominic.
How much you have now? Is it 20s to stack? Correctly?
Around 14 should be. 14 maybe 15 now.
I'm Steven. Not one.
Still trying to
Good try.
900?
4 plus 6 raise 900.
Now does Dominic want to play his ace-3 suited? Other players on the table don't like these small aces, but I'm not sure that Dominic will mind it too much. Queen Jack suited against ace-3 suited. Red against black. What kind of flop are we going to get? 2 million in the pot. Pretty good flop for Queen Jack. Just hit the absolute magic. Top set. How about quads? Yeah, quads is good. The last thing Dominic wants to hit is any of his cards.
Just bet 2 million.
He's hoping that Dominic has hit. Is he going to hero call with ace high? Going to have a look at quads if he does. Is he going to show? Dominic just laughs. It's like, oh God, thank God I didn't hit. Imagine an ace on the end, he'd be in real trouble. Great hand there. Very good for our Danish player, Ariane. Excellent stuff. And we're down to 3. Next player out is guaranteed 15,000 euros, then 24, and then 40. So I don't think there's been a discussion of a deal, but things have evened off a lot more now. And Ariane taking the chip lead, and the other two fairly similar. So 25 million, I think, plays 15 million each.
Awesome pass. Lines of best. No? Awesome pass. Pretty cool.
1.5?
Just raise 1.5 million. Pretty pass.
Lovely play. Peter showed weakness by calling, and despite having a 3-4, Ariane just raises immediately, emanating strength. Good poker, and that's why he's our chip leader. 51 big blinds against 27 and 22. So Peter has dropped back from first place to third with that call on the top pair against 2 pairs of Dominic. We have Denmark, Austria, and Hungary in our last 3. It's like racing drivers, really. Ariane not afraid to raise with a 10-9 on the button. Takes down another pot. He's going to continue to be aggressive. He's not going to stop his game. It's working very well for him. Dominic will probably continue to play the passive role, and Peter somewhere in between. But he's lost a bit of his mojo since that, I think, fairly poor call with the top pair there. There were so many hands beating him. But although he did think a while about it, I'm not sure the thinking worked.
No, it's over there.
Is that full metal? No, just metal.
No.
After making the bet call, that's all I can. So I have excuse.
Peter calling more than raising at the moment. Ariane wanting to see a flop with a Queen Jack. Neither player's hit. So bet and a call. Queen Jack now in position to pick up a gut shot draw. 9 gives a straight. King is still ahead. Peter needs to still play back at Ariane, otherwise he'll get owned. This is good. Ariane having none of it. It was a big bet as well. 3 clubs there. And Peter checks. He's giving an opportunity for Ariane to take this pot away from him. He does check. Will Ariane make the bet? Certainly capable of it. He's called all the way and he's now representing either the 8 or the flush. Great poker. He's done this earlier. Definitely got the best game on the table. Now, if Peter can smell this one out and call it, having made a mistake with the Queen earlier, I'd be very surprised and impressed. Very hard for him to feel his king, bare king, is ahead. He's only beating a bluff. Wow, is he really? He's only beating a bluff. Well, he knows his player opposition is capable of it. He's counting it out, but will he put it in? Wow. This will be a fantastic call if he makes it.
10-9?
Yes.
No, nice call.
Wow, what a call. Peter has zoomed back, in my estimation, there as a hero. Hell of a call. I think that surprised his opposition more than he did himself. Wow, what an amazing call with King High. Call of the day, that one.
So many busted draws.
Yeah, but
And you're
no,
not-
the flush come, you know, this is a 10 as well. There's a lot of things you can hit.
Yeah,
I have 10 Jack Queen from start.
that's true. But somehow,
Yeah, it matches.
that I nearly folded that one, but you still had a lot of bluffs. when
Yeah,
I
I do,
compare.
but
I mean,
sometimes I have good hands too.
Peter now right back in the game with 15 million. We've got 2 players to the flop. Jack 3 against 9-2. 3 is winning at the moment. 2 with a gut shot draw. Backdoor spades as well for Arian. 2 threes now. Definitely winning. Same gut shot draw though. Not going to bother. Going to show the 3. another look of astonishment. Not quite as bad as the 4 jacks earlier, but poor old Dominic is getting owned by cards, whereas Arian's hands, whereas Peter's picking him off. Good dynamic between the 3 players. Certainly be a race here by Dominic with King Jack 3-handed in the small blind. Arian's already folded the button.
it was 12 million, right?
Raised to 11. Same hand for Peter. How's this going to play out? We've had this about half an hour ago where 2 players had the ace-2 each. He's raised all in now. He's using his King Jack more effectively in position. Very tricky for Dominic to call this. It's all of his stack. And all he's got is King Jack off suit. We know he's up against the same hand, but that's a tricky spot. Okay, I favour that he will fold. Yep. And I favour the fold as well. It's very hard to call off your stack, even short-handed with 3 players with King Jack offsuit. You're so likely to be dominated by a push. It's not a great hand if it gets 4-bet.
Deuce 7 is not my favorite. I have Deuce 7, he had King Queen.
Okay.
Fairly distributed.
Yeah.
you can't play every hand. Sometimes you must give respect too, eh? I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
You don't know your now.
What?
You don't know.
Open two?
Wszystko rejzuje w miasto.
Interesting potential hands here with a 9-6 suited and a 7-8 suited. But the 7-8 suited takes the initiative and everyone else folds. And that initiative, of course, was Aaron.
Open three?
Wszystko rejzuje na czysto. Czwórka koło.
Very good flop here for Peter with the flush draw and the overcards. See, goes straight to frozen.
with the ace of clubs. Also thinking about landing in. Laatste slot, ik heb de blok, laatste slot, dus ik heb überlegt, ob ich den Anschieb in den Nachnamen rüber. Huh?
I'm not coming away from that hand.
Sorry, can you put your red chip?
Oh, sorry, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Can I take a little bit back here? I didn't have anything. No dwarf man. Lader det knæk var ud. Det er ikke bare planke. Endelig rammer jeg min dame. Jeg skal vinde på den hårde måde.
Sorry about that delay, people. But we had a problem on the stream. Back with you, JJ Hazan, here at the Banco Casino Bratislava. We've got Queen 10 against Queen Jack. We've seen this a few times. Dominic raising to 1.5 million. Peter working out his strategy at the moment. We are still 3 players. It's too strong a hand to fold. Peter knows that. Just decides to call. Good flop for Queen Jack, but the 10 has actually hit second pair. Well, they both got a part of this. Up and down for Peter. Second pair for the more conservative Dominic. Nice check there, I think, with the Queen Jack. And he's hit his straight. Can he take this pot with any kind of profit? Fantastic card there for Peter. Dominic now betting. What will Peter do? Will he just flat call with the nuts? He's only losing to a potential flush draw, which was unlikely to start with. This is where his thinking time starts to pay dividends. He's got the nuts at the moment. Doesn't want to advertise that. I would just be flat calling this, Peter. Don't get too excited. Lovely. Really nice call. Took his time. Didn't give away the strength of his hand. That may stop another bet from Dominic as well. That's made straights, flushes, all sorts. I think we'll see a value bet from Peter though. At 2.2 million if Dominic checks. No, Dominic's reaching for chips. And we'll see a raise by Peter, I think. Unless he really feels, unless he's worried about that 8 of hearts. Definitely going to call, but may feel that it's too risky to raise now. Good stab by Dominic. Can't know he's up against the virtual nuts. Jack of hearts, of course, covers the straight flush. Looks like he's counting out a raise. Or at least he's counting out his stack. Dominic can do nothing but fold here. The flush is made, the straight's made, there's already a straight there, and all he has is second pair. So, yeah, it's not going to like it, but he has no choice but to fold. And live another day to try and win this tournament. We're still three-handed. Aaron liking this. He'd love the call on one of them to be decimated. It will give him... and Dominic has to fold that. Nice hand there for Peter. The all-in shove is quite surprising. I think to get value there, a min raise might have just been too tempting to fold. But it has put Dominic back on 18 big blinds. Peter 38. And our chip leader, Mr. Mohammed, on 45 big blinds. This could go in any direction. Any of these three could win this tournament. Mr. Mohammed's played the best poker. Peter's been the most kind of solid. And Dominic has been the tightest of these three so far. So they all have their strengths and weaknesses. And good poker, three-handed. Iron often raising with his weak hands. If he feels his opposition is weak, He's hit the 2, but Peter has hit the top pair 4. What he really doesn't want to do is hit the 4 as well. He'll be in big trouble. Little bet coming out here. And the fold.
I can fold.
Yeah, I was ahead.
Yeah, that's the only 2.
I have the 8 of clubs. If you want to know the precise.
So I have 8 of hearts. 2 of hearts. Sorry. Did you win? Okay, no problem. Just forget that. Aging is a problem. 1.3?
Just raise 1.3 million.
And a pair of 3s there, raising to 1.3. But Dominic going nowhere with ace queen. This could be an all-in push and maybe even a call.
Let's go.
Yes. So ace queen is playing 3s. Dominic at risk with the ace queen. Didn't want to see a pair there. Would much rather have seen ace 10.
Ja, på 3 har jeg sten. Bare små.
I'm not sure it's the best play of 3s there. To snap call without any thought at all. And an ace has hit and a queen. 3's in big trouble now. This is going to be a big dent in Iron's stack. He was chip leader. He is no longer, as long as one of the 2 3s, 5%, don't hit the river. Full house
How much you have?
for Dominic. And a big double up. Now all fairly even with Peter taking the chip leaders. Ebbed and flowed this one.
8,900,000.
Sygt, man. You win everything. Doesn't matter what you have. It's great.
Well, this time was actually the first time I was behind the game too, so
But the 10s against the queen king is almost the same.
you were not behind. I
It's
mean,
almost
you were
the
not
same.
behind. It's just it's a flip, but,
It's a flip, but, ace king against ace 5, you're regular. But okay, you win. No problem.
this one I sollen wir einfach noch den Rest geben und
Dominic with a very raisable king 10 on the button. Peter's got king queen. How's he going to play it? should be raising here. It's a big hand, three-handed. Only worry would be someone with a big ace coming back at you. So, cautious player will call, and then the more adventurous player will raise. Very much a personal thing. I favour the raise, but then I'm more aggressive. Not necessarily than Peter, who's also favouring the raise. Just gives you two ways of winning the pot. You've got a strong hand, King Queen, three-handed,
3 million.
and King 10 will almost certainly have to fold. Especially Dominic in on the button with the King 10.
Just raise 1.4.
Raise with the King 7 off suit. Arian realising that it's very hard to pick up a big hand pre-flop with three-handed, and that kind of hand raising.
Just raise 1.4.
Peter now with ace-6, deciding against calling with three-handed ace-6. Big hand, Peter. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, Peter's having a little spin there in the chair. And Dominic picks up jacks on the button. He should be making a similar raise to what he has done. I think he did about 11 last time, 11 or 12. So, yep, there it is again. Lovely.
Just raise only. Awesome fold.
And we have an all-in. Ace-10 and a call with the jacks. This could be... Yep, the player at risk is Arian with the ace-10. He needs to spike an ace. Or Dominic, who has played very, very well in terms of just solid, holding, conservative, good poker. Jacks, it's all over. Ace-10 cannot win unless he gets an 8-9. That's the only combination that can give him the win. Three jacks is massive. Okay, now a king. There is another combination. A king.
Never without a sweat.
10%, always a sweat, as Dominic said. We are about to lose our third place finisher. Possibly the best, the more aggressive player on the table, and probably the best player, has unfortunately finished third. Not unfortunate for these two, who are going to take a quick break. May well be discussing a deal, and if they do get one, I will bring that to you We'll be back in probably 10 minutes or so.
No problem.
Fantastic end to this Banco Casino. Welcome back, guys, to our heads up final at the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava. We have the two most patient players throughout the tournament left to play each other. Hungarian Peter just filled up with his water. I've been on the wine, to be fair. And Austrian Dominic, who's been the most impressive Rise player. Peter started this tournament as chip leader, and they're now starting heads up with Dominic taking the chip lead of 29 million against Peter's 21 million. Now, they have made a deal, guys, which is often the way at this point. They have made a deal, and Dominic is taking a couple of thousand more than Peter, and they are still playing for €6,500, 10% of what was left. So still all to play for. It's a big amount of money, 6,500. So either Peter will end up with most money if he wins, or Dominic with a big share. And here he is, heads up with an ace, very big hand, heads up. Very considered player, Dominic, been patient, and virtually every move he's made has been the right move, and he's doubled up from it. So made some very, very strong laydowns, strong calls and raises, and his timing has been nigh on perfect. Peter, more up and down this tournament, less consistent, made a couple of bad calls, missed, I think, a couple of raises early on, but he's very dogged, very determined, and he's still there. And we see ace four, two pairs for the raiser against not a lot really for Peter with the 7-6. We will see a bet and probably see a fold. Let's see how Peter wants to do it. He certainly will look for opportunities to check raise if he thinks his opponent is weak. He's a good reader of the game. This heads up, I'm expecting to be quite long. So I hope you've all got your hot chocolate and are ready for a longish heads up between two of the more patient players throughout this tournament. And we're going straight into the Slovak Series of Poker, a 300,000 guarantee main event for 250 buy-in, with other guarantees like 50,000 guarantee next weekend for only 100 buy-in, a 20,000 guaranteed for a 50 buy-in, etc. 500,000 over the whole tournament, festival, over the next 2 weeks. And I will be with you on the final table in 2 weeks' time. Very hard to get hands when your heads up. There's only two players, and any ace is pretty strong. Any connectors will play well. So 9-8 raised, called by the 7-3. Diamonds, only got one diamond on board, so Peter will probably be giving this up at some point. Dominic has hit second pair, can't put Peter on an ace, but decides to check anyway. Interesting, that could bring Peter in with a 7. If he bets here, I'm pretty sure we'll get a call. Taking the more conservative option of checking it. Maybe the other way around, it'll be him calling because he's hit his 7. He may have put Dominic on a 6 rather than an 8 because there was no bet on the flop. If he has put him on a 6, he won't be happy to see that card. Either way, Dominic has the best hand. I remember he was 14th out of 16 when we started this final day. only had 1.4 million chips, and now he's sitting on over 30 million and has just taken this pot. So already, although they have done a deal, Dominic is almost double now. So I think that was a very good deal from Peter's point of view. And Dominic is dominating this heads up at this point. But it really can change very, very quickly. One hand, bang, it's the other way around. Jack 2 playing ace 8. And both players have hit this flop. Unfortunately for Dominic, Peter has hit the ace. And we'll bet it. Nice small bet there of 600. I'm pretty sure that Dominic will call with second pair. No need to raise, but can't fold second pair heads up. May have to reevaluate. He won't need to. He's got two pairs now. Lovely check here. Peter will follow through on a bet, and Dominic should be raising. Oh, very nice. Check by Peter. I think Dominic should feel he's strong enough to make a value bet here. 1.2. But it does open up the possibility of Peter raising him. Oh, it's going big. I like this. It's over betting the pot, I think. Snap call by Peter. He's going to get the bad news. That's again not great. He normally spends a long time thinking about hands, and he snap called there with the worst hand. So another increased lead there for Dominic. This is going one way at the moment. Dominic looking very pleased with himself and just nodding to his friend and coach who's sitting in the audience. Peter doesn't have one. Dominic expanding his raising range now with the Queen 6. And Peter realizing the strength of a king. He said his 7, but Dominic may well look to represent the ace here. He made the initial raise. Will Peter see through this and call with his second pair? Indeed he does. Going to the turn. Doesn't change anything. Is Dominic going to slow down now? Dominic may well feel that he's not in a great spot here and just slows it right down by checking. If this goes check, Peter will pick up the 6 million. Still be half the stack of Dominic. He's lost the first few heads-up hands, and Dominic's taken a very strong position. The other factor here is that any bet he makes will almost certainly not be called unless Dominic feels he can represent the flush. Taking his time as usual, trying to work through the permutations. Is Dominic going to have a stab at this? Representing, well, it's a straight possibility. There's a flush. There's the original ace and 10. Quite a few hands like Jack 10, flush, less likely. But he is going to make a bet. It needs to be big enough to take Peter off this. I don't think this is going to be big enough. I think Peter will call with the 7. He's called most bets, losing a big one earlier when he called with top pair against Dominic's 2 pairs. And I just don't think that's enough to make him fold. He's not a believer in general. He tends to call most bets down if he feels he's winning. Not been right all the time, but that's something Dominic needs to have known. He's not a player you can easily bluff, and Dominic needs to learn that lesson pretty quickly. So he's now
I thought like my heart in my hand is doing something.
given about 5 million. In fact, that pot was 11 million. So that's 5 million over to Peter. Unnecessarily. Didn't need to bet the end. He closed down on the turn, and I think should have just taken the loss. And if he is going to bet, it needs to be a lot more than 2 million. But we live and learn, and heads up, I think, is one of the most difficult disciplines in poker. So, as I mentioned earlier, we've got festivals and events flying in at the Banco Casino. We go straight into a 2-week Slovak series, followed by the Polish Championship, and then one of my favourite events at the end of November, the Festival, which is a 500,000 guaranteed main event and may well be something like 1.5, 2 million over the whole week. There are something like 50 events, a lot of mixed events. I am booked in already to the hotel and the main event. I won a package a couple of weeks ago on Party Poker. There are packages on the iPoker front ends like Coolbet and PAF in Scandinavia and Fredbet in England, and there are French front ends as well. So it will attract an awful lot of people. Organised by Franco the Fish, as he's known by his friends and enemies. What happened here? 2 years ago, we were last here 2 years ago in Bratislava, and I was pleased to have won one of the side events, the Poker Listings tournament. But I will be focusing on mixed games this year. Horse, which has the additional S on the end. Horses, which has Svitten, which is a lovely Swedish event on top. And there's Dominic hitting his king on the end. He's not only hit the 9, he's hit the king 9. So he's in an impregnable position here. I think a little value bet. Nope, playing it very, very conservatively. So going to be a great year, the rest of the year here at Banco Casino. There will be many Scandinavians coming. I think there's also the Northern Masters coming up, which is a mainly Norwegian-based tournament. Not quite sure when that is. Might be the end of the year. So, going to be fast and furious for the next few months. Dominic, massive on that hand.
Way too good. Way too good to bet. It's like,
Yeah, sure.
it was actually bad that I hit so well. Like,
Yeah.
the turn is fine, but
No, I was. I could have represent the king, but on the other hand, I have a good queen high showdown.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
no, all good.
jack high, ten high.
300, 600.
So I mean, I've had some showdown equity.
All good. I understand. Like what you do, I understand quite better than what the other guy was doing, but yeah. What can we say?
It was difficult to play against him because he was very wide,
Totally.
and it sucked that
Sometimes
he
he
was
had
on my
it,
left.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Crazy if you have someone who is like a maniac and then he has it.
I had a read on him
Yeah,
twice,
we saw it.
but then I didn't pull the trigger because it was
Yeah.
too risky because of the stack sizes.
Yeah.
I should have shipped it
Yeah.
4-bet shot, but it was very close.
Yeah.
Right, not very exciting 4-2 offsuit against 10-4 offsuit. Nothing much to say on this one. Nice pick up there with the worst hand by Peter. Still got game in him. Needs to realise that Dominic is playing a fairly tight, solid game, and that will allow Peter to expand his game. But he has to be careful for Dominic trapping. So, interesting mix of styles here, both patient, but Peter's definitely the more creative of the two.
Into kings, and then from top 3
Dominic, the more patient, waiting for the right hand at the right opportunity, and then
It's just better to keep your feet.
making a good, improving his stack. So he has more than double Peter at the moment in this heads up at the final of the Banco Casino Masters. Massive flop for Peter, who raised with a king 5. He's hit 2 kings. Is he going to slow play this and check this one down? There's not much danger he can get caught. He really wants Dominic to hit, but he is going to bet, small bet, in the hope that Dominic calls. But he won't. Probably show him the king. No, decides to keep stum.
Oh, we have the break in the streaming, right? Now we have the break, yeah.
If you listen to the recording, I apologise for any rude things about how slow you both are.
We don't care.
I'm not fast, I know that.
You can listen back, but I don't care.
It's okay.
Actually, I never use the word slow with you.
At the moment,
I use the word patient.
Yeah.
Which is the right word.
No, I mean, yeah, but sometimes I need more time to process information.
That Queen Jack on the ace 7, Peter.
What about that? I realized I had nuts, I just realized pretty quickly.
No, not that one. The other one. 3 hours ago. Yeah. No, I think it heads up.
No, when he had King Jack, the guy.
Sorry,
Check. Yeah, but I was thinking to stop shove, to call shove. I mean.
No, I think you were thinking of making a play for sure.
Yeah, no, I pretty much knew what he had. I gave him like second pair.
Ace 2, Peter's hit this flop whilst chatting to some mad person in the audience.
I look very flushy, so I just didn't do.
Giving information away to his opposition. No, 9-7, he's really hit nothing. Peter slow, safely playing his ace 2. Now he's hit 2 pairs, so I'm sure we'll see a bet coming in, and
I still haven't booked, but
Dominic will fold.
They will welcome you with open arms.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Check.
2 pair. Shit.
No 2 pair.
Yeah, I know. I was.
He checked that, wasn't focusing. Too much talking, Peter. He should have at least had a stab at betting that one.
Slower side, to say the least, but I am not tanking with free flop or easy decisions,
Just take your time.
When I have when that was a complicated.
Understandable, no.
I mean, I 3-bet fold if it's 4-bet shove and I don't want to fold. I'm not fake tanking. It's just I pretty much knew what he had. That made it more difficult because I was not sure he's going to fold the king the way he played. So.
You trust your reads a lot, huh?
Yeah, but that's all I have basically. I am not an online player.
No, it's not, and you just always tell people that. I figured you out already.
No, but actually.
The blinds now 300, 600. Peter giving away all his secrets. Dominic just sucking in the information, giving him any angle. This is a king 10 offsuit, good hand to be raising with. And I'm pretty sure Peter will call with the 8-9 offsuit. Heads up, both fairly strong hands. Not premium, but playable, shall we say. I'm not sure Dominic has any idea what he's doing here. There were chips coming back and forth left, right and centre. I think finally we've got a raise, I think, to 1.7. Okay, good. So
You figured that out already, I would say now.
You are on a live player.
a bit more than usual. That we've seen usually. Peter with 8-9 offsuit. I think he will want to see a flop with this.
7? Finally? Okay.
So 4 million in the pot. Both players missed. But Dominic was the original raiser. Will he follow through? He certainly will. Backdoor straight with the 7 for Peter's 8-9. Plus he's in position. Well, maybe look to take this away from Dominic. That's not a good card for Dominic to represent much more than he has done. But he is still going to bet. Very, very small bet. If Peter raises here, he can take it away from him because Dominic doesn't even have an ace kicker. So this would be a strong play if Peter is up for it. No, he isn't. He folds. There definitely was an option there. I think quite a lot of weakness was shown by Dominic, and Peter either didn't see it or just didn't have the courage to go for it. No problem, but it's another pot to Dominic. Playable Jack 8 for Dominic. I think it's just called. King 3. Checks as well. Flop game. Top pair for Peter. May well check this through. Yep, I thought he might. Wants to be trapping a bit here. Whether you hit top pair and there's been no raise pre-flop. Allow your opposition to hang himself, and that's exactly what Dominic is doing. This is lovely play by Peter. 700k is the bet. Nice call. Strengthens the king a bit by making it 2 pairs, although his 3 is not a good card as a kicker. We're going to see a small value bet coming in. Might be worried about the 10, but I don't think he should be. Dominic going to find a way of coming back. Difficult for him to put Peter on a king the way the hand's played out. It looks like he's going to raise. And will this get through? This is an interesting spot. Makes a raise to 4 million. He's representing the straight or a 10. Can Peter see through this? Peter has to realise he's underrepresented his hand throughout this particular hand. So there's no way Dominic can be putting him on a king. He's got a slightly hidden hand, unrepresented. However, he's still being raised. So it may be irrelevant. He's got a king if his opposition has got a straight or a 10. Or even a house, potentially. Dominic, on the other hand, is raising into a player who has called an awful lot of bluffs and bets against him when he's felt his hand was better. He's been right 5 times out of 6. And he made one mistake earlier. However, he only has 12 million left and it's 2.3 to call. So it would take Dominic up to 40 and him down to 10 if he's wrong. Tricky spot.
What did you say?
Jack 9 or 8 10. Don't slow roll me, please. I have a king.
Great call there by Peter. Dominic
There are some combos.
played a fantastic hand, really, making a strong raise on the end. But Peter
Ich mio.
arguably is a calling station, so it's very, very hard to run a bluff by him. And none have succeeded so far. That's evened things up a little bit. Dominic's still in a strong lead of 50 big blinds and Peter with 35.
Aber du würdest es mögen.
Nice hand, heads up on the button, ace-6 suited. Dominic just folds the 9-3 and I think that's a sensible fold.
Das war's dann. Okay.
Dominic with a pair of sevens, very strong hand, heads up, making a big raise there. What's Peter got to defend with? A good hand to defend with as well, Queen Jack. May even choose to raise with it. See what happens. These are the kind of hands that a lot of chips can go in the middle. A pair against two overcards. It's just going to call.
Maybe some sound. I mean, for the future, Zuzka, maybe some soundproof streaming room would be.
I mean, it's entertaining. This is what we
Yeah, it is, but
Good
sometimes.
flop for sevens.
No, we are not complaining. I'm just making recommendations.
Peter's checking. And the C-bet will come. But pretty sure that Dominic is comfortable that his sevens are ahead here. Two overcards with a backdoor flush draw for Peter. May want to have a look at one. And the 1.6 million getting 4-1 on his money. But looking at raising. I don't think he puts Dominic on hitting this flop. He's putting him on too high cards and thinks he may be able to get him away from it. We know he can't. But this is good thinking. Trying to work out. There it goes. Pretty big raise. And I think when Dominic comes back and probably goes over the top and put all his chips in, Peter will have to reassess and fold. So Dominic now got to work out, is he up against an 8, ace 8, 10-8, jack 8, or is Peter just raising because he believes that he hasn't hit this flop? He's mainly called in this kind of situation before, and I think he's going to do that again rather than raise. Yep, flat call. So Peter looking to hit a queen or a jack here. Another good card for the sevens. Peter checking again. Dominic checks behind. Full house now made with the sevens. Only practically is an 8 winning. Possibly a 6, but 8, 10, 8 jack is a more likely scenario if Peter is winning. I don't know how he's going to play it though. I think he has to probably make a stab at it because check is not going to do it. Okay, that's a shame because there's no way Queen High is going to win this pot. On the other hand, if he had bet, Dominic probably would snap him off and Peter would lose even more chips. So he may well have given up, realizing that it was not worth losing any more chips. Good hand there for Dominic.
Yeah, I realized. Two worst cards came actually.
Buckle.
That's raising a hand. Queen 9 suited. Peter showing a bit of weakness for the flat call. So Dominic re-raising 1.8 million. Peter's unlikely to give up, doesn't like to fold. And as we said earlier, does like to call, especially on the river. There he goes. Got a king. Oh, this is good stuff. He's shoving it right back up him. Lovely power poker here.
4,600,000.
Dominic will not be feeling his hand as quite so powerful against that raise.
How much again? Sorry.
4,600,000.
No, no, no. Your bet. No, it's okay. Your bet. 4 million.
4,600,000.
Big 3-bet with the king 5 and the queen 9 calls. King is ahead of the 8-8-3 board. Backdoor flush as well.
All in. 7 plus. Call.
5-2 offsuit against queen 7 offsuit. For those of you still up late into the night with me, it's 3 o'clock in the morning in Bratislava. We are heads up for the Masters. A nice trophy, a bottle of cognac, and 6,500 extra for the winner. Pair of 7s is hit for Dominic, but it's up and down for Peter. 1.8 million in the pot at the moment. Peter up and down. Wants to check and see a card. And he's hit his straight with the 5. Gonna bet it. Only small though. Got the bottom end of the straight. Snap call with a 7. and Dominic will learn that Peter's been pretty lucky, although he was up and down, so he had a few outs, and will give up the hand very reluctantly.
Where you look at, Oh yeah, it's half now because I was surprised a little bit how fast it is. But
Double the fast.
we are at where we started.
Franco the Fish, as he's known by friends and enemies. 2 years ago, last year, 2 years ago, Bratislava.
So blinds now 400, 800, but even the shortest stack has 20 million as against 28 million. So that's not far off 30 big blinds average. So something like 25 big blinds for Peter and 35 for Dominic. Pair of fours raising, taking it down against the 2-6.
So where are you from?
Sorry?
So where are you from?
Budapest.
Like, and
You
you
in Vienna?
Yeah. And you still live there in Budapest? Like so
Born and raised.
Born and raised.
And you are German or Austrian?
Austrian.
Because-
Yeah,
yeah.
Austrian. Hard to tell.
No, but I mean there are lots of Germans, and you don't have the Wiener.
I mean, I can, but
Yeah, okay. Fortunately, you don't.
yeah.
No offense, but
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
I realize if someone from Bayern or
We're waiting for a couple of big hands to match up against each other or to hit the flop to see the fireworks to bring this alive. At the moment, Dominic is dominating this heads up, but Peter's a very good player, been here before, very patient. Will look for a gap, look for a weakness, and try and exploit it. At the moment, Dominic's patience is winning this. Here's an example, I think. 8-4 offsuit. Just making that raise or re-raise and getting it through because he smelt weakness. And that's going to help even up the stacks a bit.
Vorn zurück.
you can only give information in the break, okay? Because then I get information as well. Otherwise, it's not fair. All right?
You just said going back and forth.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying
No,
that
hands are not allowed.
about hands. What I had in the break, you are free to discuss because then I can discuss
not
with my
even-
friend.
not even.
But no. I was just I understand German. Ich spreche
Okay,
auch
okay,
Deutsch.
okay.
Ich spreche auch Deutsch.
Ja.
Nur das wollte
Ja, na, Hand-
klar
Hand-
machen,
Hand-
dass
Peter making a very good point there.
Interview
That Dominic has a kind of a coach, a friend in the room who was giving him information there, and that's not really right while they're playing. We're on a half-hour delay, of course,
the first
from the live. And Peter's saying, well, you can do what you want in the break, which is allowed, of course,
You had an ace?
but you shouldn't be giving any
ace now.
No, I don't
And
know.
I open fold an ace.
live-ish information, albeit 30 minutes behind.
Offsuit. I mean,
I was like,
So that young,
tactic now.
yeah. It is.
I think he's American or Canadian, young man
No, I mean.
needs
I'm
to
giving
just be a bit more
You must have.
sensitive to the way these tournaments are played.
Yeah, exactly.
Dominic now with an 8-5 offsuit on the button.
Doesn't even move, and then I know the cards. Yeah.
deciding against making a move. Still chip leader with 29 million chips against 22. One big hand, and that could completely reverse.
I would love to, yeah.
Although neither have
Drink it
been
either first
too
or
keen on
after
getting
the
lots of
other
chips in.
afterwards, so
Both played
I do drink
fairly
sometimes.
small ball poker,
You got the
so
reload
may or may not
Yeah.
2 days ago, no?
Yeah.
end up like that.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, I have some small trophies from here,
Okay.
different like PLO or Hold'em, whatever.
Yeah.
But the big one I have never had. I had a couple of final tables here, but never managed to win that. Sometimes for my own fault, sometimes I would say the dealer's fault. No, just kidding.
Yeah, depends.
No, I'm never blaming the dealer.
You are cool. Well, I mean, it's for someone, it's psychological relief. So.
No, I mean,
To blame the dealers.
sometimes
Yeah,
you
if
just.
Because it's not your fault,
needs
right?
it,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
if someone needs it.
Big hand for Peter. He's hit 3 threes, but unfortunately Dominic has not hit anything. Cheeky check from the Father Christmas. And now Dominic's hit a 5. May well get a call if he makes a bet.
Drop it, 936, 900,000.
Good timing bet there. Dominic, going to be very hard for him to put Peter on a 3, so he will make the call, having hit his 5. Doesn't want to hit his 9. 2. So makes a straight, may slow Peter down there as well. Peter going to bet this for value. Entirely possible that Dominic has a 4 and he does not want to get raised. May be a better choice just to check and win the pot. Not put risk with the straight there. He's still going to bet for value.
2.2 million.
Half the pot. Now, is Dominic going to get... He called. I thought Dominic might look at re-raising there, but this has equalised the chips a lot. It's quite a big pot, 10 million there. Nice value bet on the end. And that has evened things up considerably. In fact, Peter's gone into the lead with 33 big blinds, so 1 million more than Dominic. The wind is changing. The tide is turning. And Peter Kamaris, who started this day as chip leader, may well end up as our final chip leader and winner of this month's Banco Casino Masters. They come around every 2 or 3 months. Nice ace, mid ace for Dominic. Certainly be raising.
2.4 million.
And a big ace for Peter. How's he going to play it? Are we going to see a car crash if an ace comes on the flop? This is my prediction. This could be the final hand. I don't know because I've not seen it. But both fairly good hands, heads up, ace queen especially. I'd like to see a raise here to tempt Dominic into pushing. Something like 5 million. And there's the re-raise. 3-bet. Will Dominic?
Just that it's 6,900,000.
How is Dominic going to play this? Could well shove. If he flat calls and an ace comes on the flop, he's probably in trouble. I think it's probably a shove or a fold. If he shoves, he will get called. Hasn't actually made a wrong step. But if he does shove with an ace-7 against a re-raise, I think that would be a big mistake. I hope he's not thinking about it, but I think he is. He thinks he can get Peter off it as well, plus he's got the ace. He really is thinking about it. There we go. Yep, it's gone all in with ace-7. Peter will slap call him with ace-queen. And it could be all over. Hasn't called him yet. Dominic will be pleased about that. Oh, he has called him. I'm sorry. I thought he hadn't. So this is a pretty big dominating hand. Ace-queen. He's got the gut shot to the king, and there's no 7 on board. Peter must be feeling fairly confident. Only a 7 now. Only a 7. Otherwise, we have our second place finisher in Dominic, who will take about 29,500. And then the game is over. Heads up is finished. Peter from Hungary has won. Played very, very well. More creative of the two. And Dominic, who made a fantastic rise from 14th to 2nd. That's a really, really good jump. Awful lot of pay jumps. Gets nearly 30,000. And Peter will take home about 33,000. So good day had by all. It's very, very late. I will wish you good night and look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks for the final of the Slovak series. Sue's giving Father Christmas a hug. How lovely. Right, night all. Thank you very much for watching. JJ Hazan here with Spade TV at Banco Casino.
We talked to my friend that we should. I mean, the others were very good players, but he already told when you were in the feature table. First we had 2 tables.
I love
That guy
you.
plays very well. So
I love you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll bring it home. Basically.
Take a picture.
Yeah, I haven't. I am so fresh. Really. I mean, the other only works.
I will go do the things with the money. You can go too. I will just.
What do I do?
You?
I don't take the money now.
No.
I sleep here and.
You, my darling, you have to stay here for a photo.
For the photo, yeah, sure. But he went for the money. I understand. Yeah.
Stoi, poznacie, niechaj ma. Stoi, mu pan robi toto. Toto już masz do lodziczki. A poczekaj, właśnie nie. Rozjaduj. Tak, i toto. Tutaj worek.
Never in my life won 2 tournaments on a weekend.
You are
It's
fucking,
just so crazy.
you are fucking king.
It's just so crazy. I mean, I had such a rush. Not now. I mean, on the final table I started really cold, but